Two-year-old trotters lining up behind the gate. Number 1, WL Rosie's Rocket with Paul Lanigan. Dusty Lane Wee with Mark Campbell. Osprey Explosion with Kenny Arsenault. And Getting Lit with Mike McGuigan. They're off and trotting. Dusty Lane Wee leads them out. WL's Rosie Rocket guarding the rail. Getting Lit on the outside 3. And W. Lee's Rosie 4th. First time heading to the quarter. Dusty Lane Wee with Mark Campbell taking them there. WL's Rosie Rocket is second. Getting Lit sits comfortable in third. And Osprey Explosion is your trailer. They're by the opening quarter in a comfortable 33 and 4. As the two-year-old trotters head down the lane for the first time. Dusty Lane Wee taking them there. Second is WL's Rosie Rocket. And 4, Getting Lit. 3 on the starts to move on the outside. As they head up the backstretch, Dusty Lane Wee taking them there. With a gap back to 5 is 3, Osprey Explosion. Mike McGuigan makes a move with Getting Lit, and your trailer is WL Rosie's Rocket. As they set for home, Dusty Lane Wee with Mark Campbell. Qualifier 2 is entering the track. Number 1, Fern Hill and Indigno with Brody McPhee. 2 is Scratched. 3 is Joe's Dream Walking with Mark Campbell. Scarlet Rocket is 4, Daryl McLean. Wizard is 5 with Jason Hughes. Promise Me Later is Norris Rogers. Paul's Crown with Corey McPherson. These are 2-year-olds, ladies and gentlemen, so they will school a half a mile behind the gate. Two-year-old pacers lined up behind the gate. Qualifier number 2, Fern Hill Indigo with Brody McPhee. 2 is Scratched. Joe's Dream Walking from 3. Scarlet Rocket from 4. 5 is Wizard. Number 6, Promise Me Later. And 7 is Paul's Crown. Here they come. They're off and pacing, firing out of there. Is Scarlet Rocket looking for the front. Brody McPhee and Fernhill Indigo takes over the lead. Scarlet Rocket goes to Plan B and takes the pocket trip. Wizard is 3. Paul's Crown is 4. Joe's Dream Walking 5. And your trailer is Promise Me Later. They're past the quarter. 31 and 2 past the quarter as they head down the stretch for the first time. Fernhill Indigo will take them there. Scarlet Rocket sits comfortable in second. Wizard sits third. Paul's Crown is 4th. Joe's Dream Walking and your trailer is Promise Me Later. They're by the half in 1:02 and 4/5 as they head up the backstretch for time 2. 2-year-old pacers. Fernhill Indigo takes them there. Sitting second, Scarlet Rocket. 3 is Paul's Crown. Joe's Dream Walking sits 4th, and on the outside, making a move, is the Wizard. And your trailer is Promise Me Later. As they head, but they're by the 3/4, 1:32 and 4/5. As they head down the lane, emotionless, Brody McPhee and Fernhill Indigo. Corey McPherson gets up for second. Scarlet Rocket is 3rd. Wizard is 4th. And Joe's Dream Walking, 5th. Time in the mile, 2:01 and 3. Can you give me those? No, I need them.
31 and 2.
Yeah.
102 and 4.
Yeah.
132 and 4.
Yeah.
201 and 3.
Yeah.
Top down. 1 scratch 5.
Yeah.
3 4 6 2.
3 4 6 2. Okay. 3 4 6 2. Fractions 31 and 2, 102 and 4, 132 and 4, and not a bad mile, 2:01 and 3. Our final qualifier for today, race 3, will consist of both trotters and pacers. Number 1 is Emma's Delight with Brett Clough, who picked up his first pari-mutuel win in Summerside on Tuesday. Number 2, the trotter, Irish Ray with Mark Campbell. Another trotter from 3, Ocean View Chip with Adam Murner. Number 4, another trotter, 15 with Jason Hughes. And to round out the field, You're My Heartthrob with Dave Dowling. The third and final qualifier for this afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, behind the gate, in the hands of Jeff McDonald. Number 1, Emma's Delight with Brett Clough, Irish Ray, Mark Campbell, Ocean View Chip with Adam Murner, 15, Jason Hughes, You're My Heartthrob, Dave Dowling. Here they come. They're off and pacing and trotting. You're My Heartthrob, but Dave Dowling fires out, looking for the front. Ocean View Chip sits 2. Emma's Delight is 3. Jason Hughes finds a spot with 15. And Irish Ray is your trailer. Heading down the backstretch, time 1 and the corner in their sights. by the opening quarter in a brisk 29-3. And that's You're My Heartthrob with David Dowling right on the engine. Ocean View Chip sits 2. Emma's Delight is 3. 15 is 4, and your trailer is Irish Ray. They're past the half in 1 minute and 1/5. The gap is slowly closing. You're In My Heartthrob takes him for the second time. On the outside, Jason Hughes is third. It was fourth, now third. Mark Campbell tipped 3 wide with Irish Ray. You're My Heartthrob opens up by 3. Adam Murner and Ocean View Chip second. The outside. And coming on hard is Irish Ray. And it's all You're My Heartthrob. Official results of race 3 from the top down. 5-3, 4-1. Fractions 29-3, 1 minute 1/5, 1:31. Time of the mile 2 minutes 1/5.
Mic check 1 2 3 4 5. Mic check 1 2 3 4 5. We are 31 minutes away here from race 1 on a beautiful Thursday evening.
Here they come. Coach time. Deep stretch now. Set the camera up.
Broadcasting live from Prince Edward Island, this is Race Day.
Good evening and welcome to Redshores Racetrack and Casino here at the Charlottetown Driving Park on this pretty nice Thursday evening. There's a little rain in the forecast, but hopefully it holds off because right now it is a really nice evening out there. There is a little breeze blowing in their face as they come down the stretch, but we'll see how that plays out here tonight. But all in all, a pretty nice evening for racing. Hi everyone, it's Kurt Hughes here at the HBI broadcast desk. Vance Cameron will be calling all of the action. We have a 13-dash card for you tonight. The feature comes up in race 12. It is a field of 6. Ace 44 Dome has the pole position again this week. Atlantic Star from post 2. You Bet 'em a Good One jumps up again this week to preferred action from post 3. Finished 6th last week, a non-factor. We'll see how they do here this week. Share the Moment was a winner 2 weeks ago. Took the week off last week. Back in the top class again this week. She's going to be a major threat. Dreamfair Zenfire, runner-up to her stablemate, Plain Jane, last week. We'll see how that plays out in this 12th race. She is post 5, and Plain Jane, last week's winner, has post 6. It's a really strong field in that filly mare preferred. We also have the open trot coming up in race 10. New Legacy taking the week off this week, so that's going to change the landscape of that open trot in race 10. But it should be a great night for racing. For all tonight's program and equipment changes, let's send it upstairs to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Thank you, Kurt, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Redshores Racetrack and Casino at the Charlottetown Driving Park for tonight's racing program. This is event number 16 of the meeting. Fast track conditions, 25 degrees Celsius the temperature at this time in Charlottetown. The track condition is rated by the officiating members from the Atlantic Province's Harness Racing Commission. Tonight, the senior judge, Mr. Derek Quinn. The associate judges are Mr. Ronnie Hennessy and Mr. Gary Devine. Now here tonight's program and equipment changes. In the first race tonight, number 1, Crimson and Clover, will go from a can't-see back bridle to a blind bridle. Can't see back to blind on Crimson and Clover. Turning over to race number 2, the 1-entry Magian Thunder, adding an ear hood. Next change will go to race number 4. In the fourth race, number 4, Time and Again, is adding blinkers. Next change, turning over to race number 5, featuring the Super High 5, and it's the Hillside Chevrolet Drive for Home Series. In the 5th race, number 1, Southern Heart, going from blind to open bridle. Next change, turn to race number 7. In the 7th race, scratch number 3, Better Not Mock Me. She will not go. Race 7, scratch the 3 entry, Better Not Mock Me. The next and the final change on tonight's program in race number 11. In the 11th race, the owners on the 7-entry Bump in the Road are Brett, Joel, and Lisa Marie LeBlanc. That's going to wrap up the changes on tonight's 13-race presentation. The Par Mutual windows are open and selling, leaving you 25 minutes to make your first race selections with the opening post time set for 6 o'clock.
Race Day Live continues from Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island. Welcome to our on-track and off-track customers. In the spirit of reconciliation, we acknowledge that the land upon which we gather is unceded Mi'kmaq territory. Abeguet, Mi'kmaq is covered by the historic treaties of peace and friendship. We pay our respects to the indigenous Mi'kmaq people who have occupied this island for over 12,000 years, past, present, and future. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise, if you are able, for the playing of our national anthem.
Lord.
to Race Day Live.
Good evening and welcome back to Race Day Live. I'm your host, Kurt Hughes, here at the HBI broadcast desk. We have a 13- car for you this evening. If you're just joining us, it's about 25 degrees outside, and the track is fast, so it should be a great night for racing. Our feature race comes up in race 12 tonight. It is the Billy Maris Preferred 1 Ace 44 Dome has the rail again this week. Atlantic Star from Post 2. You Bet I'm a Good One from Post 3. Share the Moment from Post 4. Dream Fair, Zenfire. Last week's runner-up finisher has Post 5. And last week's winner was Plain Jane. She is Post 6. And we're going to take a look at that replay right now from last week. Here is Corey McPherson and Plain Jane upsetting the feature.
Fourth, You Bet I'm a Good One. Fifth, Ladylike Trails. No movement in the opening half mile, led by Ace 44 Dome. Atlantic Star second, third into the turn. Dream Fair's and Fire 57 and 3 a half a mile. Still no movement. 3/8 left to go. Ace 44 Dome the leader on Atlantic Star. There goes Dream Fair's and Fire. Tipping to the outside third. Plain Jane on the outside fourth. You Bet I'm a Good One fifth. Lady Like the Trailer. They arrive at 3/4. Ace 44 Dome. Here's Dream Fair. Zenfire right alongside that leader. 3/4 up in a 1. 26 and a 1. They're turning home. Dream Fair. Zenfire now the leader. Ace 44 Dome on the outside. Plain Jane is coming on late. Deep stretch now. Plain Jane has beat them here in the Preferred Mares for Corey McPherson. Dream Fair's and Fire second. Ace 44 Dome third. And the trip was 1:54.
It was a big trip from Plain Jane last week's, upsetting at 7-1. Mark Campbell had a big week last week as he finished first and second in that feature, and then he had a big night on Saturday night as well. So this race sets up to be a really nice race here tonight. Share the Moment was not in that race last week. Ace 44 Dome cut it out, got soft fractions early, 29 flat to the quarter, and then that second quarter, 28-3. I thought she really had no excuse. Mark Campbell's mare, Dream Fair Zenfire, was a gutsy first over effort from her, and it was live flow for Plain Jane last week. She got towed right up into the race there, as you could see there at the top of the stretch, and she had little work to do last week getting that great tow from her stablemate, but it's going to set up quite different this week. I think with Share the Moment back in this week with the Maritime Magic Man, I like that mare to win it tonight. I do like the mare on the rail. I think she's getting better every week, so I'm going to put her in for second. I'm going to put the Dream Fair Zenfire in for third, last week's runner-up finisher. And Campbell, I thought that was a gutsy first over effort from her. And I'm going to leave off Plain Jane this week. It was a big trip from her, but I'm not quite sure she's going to get that same trip again tonight. So I'm going to go 4-1-5 in our feature race tonight. Coming up here in race 1, we're about 12 minutes away from post time. We have the aisle pick 5 with that $1,500 guarantee pool and that low takeout rate of just 15%. So you got 11 minutes to get in on that aisle pick 5 starting in race number 1. I'll be back after the post break to pick up my top choices.
Evening's first race on the track set for the post parade. Number 1, Crimson and Clover, owned by Morris Cody of Charlottetown. Kenny Arsenault trains and drives. 2, Java, owned by Danny Bird of Vernon Bridge, trained by Jennifer Doyle, David Dowling. Little Reese's Pieces 3, owned by Ben Legault, Olivia May, Herman McQuaid of Charlottetown. Melissa Rennie does the conditioning. Adam Murner drives. Malice in 10-4 is owned by Cole McLaren, Evan Myers, and Jacob McLaren. Cole McLaren does the training. Dale Spence. 5 is Red Dirt Flash, owned by Dan Ross of Belfast, trainer-driver Joe Barriol. Salzburg Honey, the 6, owned by Don McCrae of Vernon Bridge, Jason Hughes trains and drives. Only the Good Die Young is number 7, owned by A Matter of Time stable of Charlottetown, trained by Ronnie Matheson, Corey McPherson, above the wheels. 5 minutes wagering time in the first race. This is the start of the I'll Pick 5 with the $1,500 guaranteed pool and the low 15% takeout. Kurt Hughes is next with the top selections on the Thursday night opener.
The I'll Pick 5 kicks off here in race 1. Just a few equipment changes here to go over in that I'll Pick 5. In race 1, the 1 Crimson and Clover going from can't see back to closed. And then in race 2, the 1 Magian Thunder is adding an ear hood. And then we skip over to race 4. The 4 entry time and again is adding blinkers. And the 8 Brookdale Sandy is going from closed to open with blinkers and adding a birch bit. And then in race number 5, the 1 entry Southern Heart going from closed to open. So those are the changes to keep in mind when you're playing the I'll Pick 5 here. You got about 4 minutes to get in on that I'll Pick 5. Again, a $1,500 guarantee pool with that low 15% take it. We also have the early double kicking off here in race 1. We have Exactor, Superfecta, Tractor Wagering, and that Wild Horses tag. The jackpot is $25. And there is my pick for the win here in race 1. That is the 2 Java, owned by Danny Bird of Vernon Bridge. Jen Doyle is the trainer, and David Dowling getting the call again this week. 2 wins and a third in her last 3. I thought that effort last week was really impressive. Dowling got away in the 4-hole there from post 7, so made a couple moves in that mile, made a move there at the 3/4 pole, and was tracking down the leader there in deep stretch there, closing a couple lengths from the top of the stretch to the wire. Only got beat 2 lengths, finishing 3rd and behind a real good Salzbrook Honey and Better Not Mock Me. So I like Java to get it done. Nice closing quarter there last week, 28-3, a mile of 1:56.4. As you can see, she does have some early gate speed, and she can come from off the pace. So really, Dowling gets to pick what he does here from post 2. Not a lot of inside speed there from Crimson and Clover. So I think Dowling's going to be pretty aggressive with Java this week. She is my top choice at 2-1. And there's the aforementioned Salzbrook Honey. Really good last week for trainer-driver Jason Hughes. Donnie McCrae from Vernon Bridge is the owner. Salzbrook Honey really turned a corner there 4 starts back where she was a good third, 59-1. And then she followed that up the next week with a real game effort win there in 57-2. Made a break, looked like she was going to win there 2 back, and rolled off stride. And then she bounced back and atoned for that break last week with a front-end mission, 56-2. That is her record. Nice closing quarter, 29-1. But as I mentioned, Java looked to be trying to reel her in deep stretch, and this mare was looking for the wire. But Salzbrook Honey from post 6 is also a major threat off those 2 wins in her last 3 starts. I'm looking for Hughes to be aggressive with her as well off the wings. 3-1 currently. And this 3-year-old filly by Stonebridge Terror, Little Reese's Pieces, has been quite consistent. If you look down her line, she has yet to miss a check. She hasn't finished outside of 4th in her 5 starts here, coming back in 2023. 2 wins and a third from 5 starts, a mark of 58-3, taking 2 back there on the front end. And then in the Maritime Breeders last week, a real nice third place finish and a nice time of 157 and 129 and 4. She's coming into her own this year, and I look her for the show dough in here, so I put her for third on my ticket. Good luck with your selections. Right now, she is 7-2. Red Shores would like to welcome members with Alzheimer Society of PEI. Thanks for joining us tonight for our live racing program. Got a birthday shout out. Happy birthday to Patrick Shepard. Just seen him here in the top of the park. We hope you have an excellent evening here celebrating your birthday here at Red Shores. Nice to have Patrick back home. He was actually over helping me with some hay yesterday. So great to have him back here on PEI, and we hope you have a great night. Pretty talented field to kick things off here on a Thursday evening. Race 1 starters are lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Upstairs for the call to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Crimson and Clover, Java, Ool Reese's Pieces, Malice Intent. Red Dirt Flash, Salisbury Honey, and Only the Good Die Young completes the field. They're on the gate. Top of the stretch. All lined up and approaching a start. The rough and pacing Java's the first one out. Second, Little Reese's Pieces. To their outside is Red Dirt Flash third. The fourth one to the turn, Malice Intent. Crimson Clover's away fifth. Then in sixth, Salisbury Honey, the early trailer. Only the Good Die Young, and up the backstretch to go to the quarter, led by Java for Dowling. Second is Little Reese's Pieces. Red Dirt Flash will drop in to be third up the rail. Malice Intent goes fourth. Crimson and Clover has fifth. Then it's Salisbury Honey sixth, trailing seventh. Only the Good Die Young, 29 and 4. The opening quarter, straight alignment as they round the turn. Up front, the leader, Java. Racing from second, Little Reese's Pieces. A Red Dirt Flash comes out of the turn, racing third. Fourth is Malice Intent. Racing from fifth is Crimson and Clover. Salisbury Honey sixth. Trailing seventh, Only the Good Die Young. No movement at the midway point. A 2-length advantage for Java and Dowling. Racing second, that's Little Reese's Pieces. Red Dirt Flash is third, 58 was the half mile. 29 flat in the second quarter, down to 3/8 to go. Java the leader, still no one found a right line in here. Second is Little Reese's Pieces. Third, a Red Dirt Flash. Malice Intent is tipped out of fourth. Coming up fifth on the outside is Salisbury Honey. Crimson and Clover 6. Seventh, only the Good Die Young. The 3/4 in 1:28 flat. They're on the turn for the second and final time. Java's opened up on the front end with an 1/8 left to go. Clear by 3. Little Reese's Pieces is second. Back to third, a Red Dirt Flash. Crimson and Clover is coming late fourth. Deep in the stretch in tonight's opener. Java makes every call a winning one for David Dowling. Little Reese's Pieces held second. Only the Good Die Young rallied third. The mile 1:57.2.
Okay, every race I watch lately seems to be a new record. We got another new record here in the Thursday night opener as we get a look at the Universum Media Slow-Mo. No surprises in here. We thought Java and Dowling would be aggressive off the wings this week from post 2 with not a lot of inside speed there. So Dowling got to the front there and controlled things. A pretty soft opening quarter there, 29-4. Little Reese's Pieces was able to float out and tuck into the 2-hole here tonight. And Jason Hughes' filly didn't really fire for me here tonight. Salisbury Honey, she tried from off the pace here tonight, and she just didn't have it here tonight. But Java certainly did. Front-end mission, she gets it done tonight, and a new speed badge of 1:57.2. Little Reese's Pieces got that great 2-hole ride. She's going to hang around and get the deuce as nobody is on either side of her really threatening. So she's going to get the deuce, and then up the inside, it looks like Corey McPherson maybe with only the Good Die Young getting the show dough. But Java gets it done here in the opener here on a Thursday night.
Here comes Java to the first race winner's circle by facing mare 4 by Philos Hanover off the Art Major Dam, Kahlua Queen. On the Daddy Bird of Vernon Bridge, bred by John Chancellor from Clark, New Jersey. Trained by Jennifer Doyle, David Dowling. Had her on top at every call, pacing to a new race win record of 1:57.2. Java delivers in the first.
This race replay is brought to you by All-Star Cresting, specializing in embroidery, screen print, promotional products, and on-site cresting featuring the newest technology and one of the largest embroidery and screen printing departments in Atlantic Canada. For all your clothing and merchandise needs, email sales@allstarcresting.ca. At All-Star Cresting, we got you covered.
Here's the official results from the first race. Crimson and Clover 5th. Java the winner. Little Reese's Pieces was 2nd. Malice Intent 7th. Red Dirt Flash 4th. Salisbury Honey was 6th. Only the Good Die Young 3rd. Fractions went 29-4. 58-4. 128. And the mile 1:57.2. In review, 5-1-2. 7-4. 6-3. Java paid $3.10. The exactor $12. Triactor $56.40. And the super factor was $24.18.
Okay, Red Shores is proud to team up with Hillside Chevrolet Buick GMC Cadillac to present the Drive for Home series all month long here, and tonight is the last night for the Drive for Home series. Tonight it takes place in race 5, so it's going to be a really nice race there. It's also the Super High 5, so the Drive for Home series race will be in race 5 tonight. There will be added purse money, trophy presentation, and hookup fees to the 6th, 7th, and 8th place finishers. And you should go check out at Hillside Chev the 2023 Chev Colorado ZR2 and the 2023 GMC Sierra 1500 AT4 or the Chevrolet Silverado 1500 RST.
Second race trotters are on the track for the post parade. Number 1, Magian Thunder, Jim Ripley training and driving for owner Mary Lee Ripley, Amherst, Nova Scotia. Getting Salty number 2 is owned by Blaine White of South Panat, trained and driven by Mark Campbell. Dynamical Tad number 3, owned by Bill Kenny of Hunter River and Gary Ford of Stratford, trained by Vaughn Doyle. Kenny Arsenault drives. Baskin Robin number 4, owned by Michael Clary of Montague, trained by John Clary. Kenny Murphy. 5 is Windermere Got Muscle, owned by But We Hear Now, stable of Charlottetown, trained by Danny McDonald. That's Jason Hughes. 5 minutes wagering time on the second race. Kurt has the updated top driver and trainer standings.
Okay, as I mentioned earlier, Mark Campbell had a big week last week, and he leads the way with 45 wins. Jason Hughes, he's on a roll this year as well. He's in second with 34 wins. David Dowling, a winner there in the first, and he is in third with 28 wins. Adam Murner sits in fourth with 27 wins, and the Maritime Magic Man, Gilles Barrio, rounds out the top 5 with 24 wins. Over on the trainer side of things, no surprise again, Mark Campbell, he is now in the lead with 23 wins. Colin Johnson back in second. 1 win back with 22 wins. Jason Hughes in third with 17 wins. And tied for fourth are the ladies here at Red Shores, Jen Doyle and Melissa Rennie. Top trainers here. They both have 14 wins apiece. Oh, and there is trainer-driver Mark Campbell off to a hot start here this year and a big week last week, and he's got a really nice filly here to get it done here in race 2. I like her to get it done here in the second race. A 3-year-old filly by Muscle Through It. That is Getting Salty. Blaine White is the owner and breeder from South Panat, and Campbell in the bike there. 2 back, made that break from post 1, had a really nice qualifier there in 2:06.1, and then made that break from the rail. Last week, had to qualify again, put the half trotting hobbles. That just seems to steady young trotters. It's just a pair of loops that go around the front legs there, and you can see it there on the screen, and then the strap that ties right back to the bike. And it just seems to steady young trotters. Even older trotters tend to like it, and it keeps them from making a break. And it looked good in that qualifier there. 2 minutes 1/5, 30-1 closing quarter in that qualifier. So Getting Salty, I'm banking on her getting it done. 8-5. Well, the 2 and the 5 had to run into Irish Ray last year. They both had great seasons. Getting Salty banked over 31,000, and Windermere Got Muscle, the 5 on the screen right now, banked over 24,000. And like I say, he just had to run into a really impressive Irish Ray there who qualified tonight. And so we'll be excited to see him back in here on race night. Windermere Got Muscle, owned by But We Hear Now stable of Charlottetown, Danny McDonald, the trainer, and Jason Hughes getting the call. Nice effort last time out in the debut here in 2023. Left from post 5, got rewarded with a nice 2-hole ride and almost got there. My Secret Ability fended off the late challenge there. Second by neck, nice strip. Closing quarter, 29-1. Time of the mile, 2:03-2. Great effort from the 5 Windermere Got Muscle last week. Great gate speed, so I'll look for Hughes to get spotted up close to the lead. Maybe follow Getting Salty here tonight, and that's the way I see it setting up. I look at 2-5 exactor here in the second. Dynamical Ted is the 3 here. Kenny Arsenault getting the call for trainer Von Doyle. Bill Kinney of Hunter River and Gary Ford are the owners of this 3-year-old gelding by Ted the stud. He banked almost 14,000 last year as well, so pretty nice season. 5th in 2:05 last time out. 3rd prior to that in 2:04-1. Pretty good gate speed, so should get spotted up close to the lead. I like the driver change to Kenny Arsenault here tonight, so I'm putting Dynamical Ted in for 3rd on my ticket. Currently long odds at 17-1. Okay, we are on the trot here for race 2. Trotters lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. It is post time. Let's send it back upstairs to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Majayan Thunder, Getting Salty, Dynamical Ted, Baskin Robin, and Windermere Got Muscle. 5 trotters lining up on the gate here in the second. Top of the stretch. They're all lined up and approaching a start. The 2 is on the run, Getting Salty. There they go, off and trotting, Dynamical Ted and Windermere Got Muscle. The first 2 out on the rail, that's Majayan Thunder. 4th is Baskin Robin. Getting Salty cannot find the trot. He's in the backfield, the trailer. Arriving at the opening 8th, and Windermere Got Muscle on to the lead for the Blue Knight. Jason Hughes opening by 2. Dynamical Ted is now second. Racing third, Majayan Thunder. Fourth up the rail, Baskin Robin. In the backfield, the trailer. That is Getting Salty. Over to the opening quarter, and the post-time favorite on the engine, Windermere Got Muscle. Second is Dynamical Tad, 30, and 3 was the quarter. Racing from third, Magian Thunder. Baskin Robin is up with the leaders. Fourth, trailing the field, Getting Salty. Off the turn they come, straightening down the stretch, and they have the half mile in their sight. On the front end, that is Windermere Got Muscle. Racing from second, Dynamical Tad. They're looking for a breather here, and they might just find it as they walk on by the opening half mile. Led by Windermere Got Muscle. The half mile in 103 and 2. 32 and 4. That's backing it up big time in here. Moving over to the 5/8, it's Windermere Got Muscle, the leader. Second is Dynamical Tad. Third up the rail, Magian Thunder. Baskin Robin is fourth, and Getting Salty off of that soft second quarter. Maybe back into it here, fifth. They arrive at 3/4 next, and it's Windermere Got Muscle. He's on the lead. Second, Dynamical Tad, racing from third, Magian Thunder. Getting Salty is back into it now. Trotting up fourth on the outside. Trailing the field, Baskin Robin. The 3/4 in 1. 36 and 1. Wow, the Blue Knight absolutely stealing it here. And it's all over. Windermere Got Muscle. He's going to be alone on the line for the Blue Knight. Use Magian Thunder was second. Baskin Robin third. And the time for the mile in the second race, 2:06 flat.
Okay, we're going to get a look at the Universum Media slow-mo here for race 2, and it was the 5. Windermere Got Muscle and Hughes using their gate speed to their advantage. They left off the wings hard here. Jason took a look over to the left, seen Getting Salty make that break, and so he knew he didn't really have a major threat in here, so he got the fractions he wanted. 30 and 3, 103 and 2, down in 3/4, 136 and 1, and Windermere Got Muscle is home and cooled here today. Closing quarter 29 and 4 for his maiden break and score here in race 2. We'll see them back in the Red Shores winner circle in just a moment.
Windermere Got Muscle arriving at the second race winner's circle. Trotting Brown Gelding 3. He's by Muscle through it. Off the Revenue S-Dam, Internal Revenue. Owned by But We Hear Now, stable of Charlottetown, bred by Windermere Farms of Springvale. Trained by Danny McDonald and the Blue Knight, Jason Hughes, had him on top at every call. Trotting to a maiden record of 2:06. Windermere Got Muscle in the second. Here's the official results now in the second. The Giant Thunder was second, getting Salty fourth. Dynamical Tad fifth. Baskin Robin was third. Windermere Got Muscle was the race winner. Fractions of 30 and 3, 103 and 2, 136 and 1, and the mile in 206. From the top, 245, 3-1. Windermere Got Muscle 330. Exactor 2460. Triactor 115.60. The early daily double 630 and the superfecta in the second 21.93.
Atlantic record holder Malignity. Undefeated Atlantic trotting champion Irish Ray. Woodbine free-for-all winner Salzbrook Victor. What do they all have in common? They're all sired by Windermere Farm Stallions. And in the second season of Champion Pacer Somewhere Fancy, and this breeding season, the choice is simple.
On the third race post parade, number 1 Heather's Pet, owned and trained by Neil Bambrick of Charlottetown, Miles Heffernan catch drives. MD's Girl number 2, owned by Gordon, David, and Douglas Neal and Keith Ford, trained and driven by Keith Ford. Evening Maelstrom number 3, owned by Dr. Mary McNiven of 9 Mile Creek, trained by Cliff Murphy, Kenny Murphy drives. For his Outrageous Spirit, owned by Paul Holmes of Warren Grove and Kevin Peters of Emmyvale, trained by Kevin Peters, Gordy Hennessy. Catch a Few Rays number 5, owned by Carson Wilkie and Lowell Parkman of Stratford, trained by Kenneth Wilkie, Mark Campbell. Mockbook Pro number 6, owned by Blundis Young of Long Point, Nova Scotia. Trained by Melissa Rennie. Adam Murder driving. Windermere No Harm Done number 7 is owned and trained by Travis Wilkie of Sturgeon, David Dowling. 4 minutes wagering time on tonight's third race. Red Shores is proud to launch the Drive for Home series with Hillside Chevrolet. Tonight, welcome to David Falls and his wife Kim and their guest. They're in the top of the park.
Okay, back with the Drive for Home series. It's brought to you by Hillside Chevrolet here at Red Shores. And all the month of June, we've been featuring some great vehicles. And this one right here is the Chevrolet Silverado 1500 RST. Boy, is it made for the road. And with all the traveling that you do around stake season, or if you're going from track to track or location to location, this is the vehicle for you. It's great gas mileage and an opportunity for you to showcase the new Chevrolet Silverado 1500 RST. It's all part of the Drive for Home series presented by Hillside Chevrolet.
That's a sharp looking blue truck. Might look good in the Blue Knight stable. We might have to get Jason in the seat of that sharp looking blue half ton there from Hillside Chev. Onto the track we go here for race 3. There is the 5 Catch a Few Rays. Carson Wilkie and Lowell Parkman share ownership. Kenny Wilkie is the trainer. Mark Campbell gets the call here. I'm playing the driver change and the Mark Campbell factor here in this third race. Catch a Few Rays, putting together some pretty decent miles up there at the non-winners of 1,001 last 5 last week. Head post 5. Got away 5th, ended up 6th, beaten 4 and change, and race timed in 58-1, 30 flat closing panels. Almost circled the entire field, 2 back there at the identical level, finishing 3rd, just missed, beat by a half a length, and race timed in 59-3 for Adam Murner. Dropping down here to the non-winners of 5:51 last 5, and gets the top driver here on the grounds, and that is Mark Campbell. So I like that driver change angle, and I like the odds right now on Catch a Few Rays. 6-1 on the morning line. You're getting 4-1 currently. And there's the 6 Mock Book Pro in for the price again this week. A nice 3rd there, 58-3, 2 back for the connections of Blanice Young of Long Point, Nova Scotia. Trained by Melissa Rennie. Adam Murner, the driver. And 5th last week, head post 6 again. So the last 4 trips out have been from the outside post. 5th last week, 58-3. Nice closing quarter, though, 29 flat. So we're looking for Mock Book Pro to get into the flow here this week. And if you look at the lines, 3 back was a real power drive by Murner. From post 7, got away 7th. I made that middle move there in the middle portion of that mile, getting to the front, clearing up and finishing 2nd. I'm looking for maybe a trip like that here tonight. I'm looking for Murner to be really aggressive with Mock Book Pro. And if it turns out that way, this one could end up in the winner's circle or at least be in the exotics. The 6 Mock Book Pro, 9-5. And now we're getting a look at the 3 Evening Maelstrom, owned by Dr. Mary McNiven of 9 Mile Creek. Cliff Murphy, the trainer, and Kenny Murphy doing the drive. And this mare is pretty consistent at this level. Last week, 3rd at the 5:51 level. Nice trip, 58 flat, 28-4 final panel. Up at the 7:51, more on the fringes, finishing 4th and 5th in the 2 previous starts. And if you look there down at the bottom of the lines, 2nd start from the bottom at the 4:01 level. On the front end, just got collared late by J.J. Kinley in 59-3. So she has some good gate speed. So I'll look for her to close out my triactor ticket. Currently 6-1. tomorrow night is the last night to get in on June's meal and deal. It is at Red's Gold Cup Lounge on the Red Shores Charlottetown Casino floor. It's prime rib meal and dessert for only $19.95, and rewards members get $10 free play or match play, and it ends tomorrow night. So get in on the meal and deal for June, which is prime rib meal. And again, it is Friday nights at Red's Gold Cup Lounge. Race 3 starters lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. It is post time. Let's send it back upstairs for the call to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Heather's Pet, MD's Girl, Evening Maelstrom, Outrageous Spirit, Catch a Few Rays, Mockbook Pro, Windermere, No Harm Done, top of the stretch. They're all lined up and approaching a start. Rough and pacing, Heather's Pet along the rail, leaving out. Coming from the outside is Catch a Few Rays. Farther out, Mockbook Pro. Then up the rail, it's MD's Girl fourth. Away fifth is Evening Maelstrom. Sixth, Outrageous Spirit, followed by the trailer. Windermere, No Harm Done, the quarter pole bound, led by Heffernan. And Heather's Pet going up the backstretch. Catch a Few Rays dropped in for the two-hole ride. Racing from third is MD's Girl. On the cones fourth, Mockbook Pro. Racing from fifth, that's Evening Maelstrom. Sixth up the rail, Outrageous Spirit. On the outside, the trailer. Windermere, No Harm Done, 29 seconds flat, opened it up. Heather's Pet, the fraction setter, as they arrive at the 3/8 pole. Catch a Few Rays is second, MD's Girl third. First up from the outside to pick up fourth, that's Windermere, No Harm Done. Going to the outside, fifth is Mockbook Pro. Sixth at the rail, that is Evening Maelstrom. And the trailer on the outside, Outrageous Spirit. Halfway home in the third, led by Heather's Pet. 59 and 2 the half. Catch a Few Rays second, Windermere, No Harm Done. Between horses third, MD's Girl fourth. 3 wide, there goes Mockbook Pro now fifth. Sixth is Evening Maelstrom. Outrageous Spirit, the trailer, the 3/4 comes next. Heather's Pet, the leader. At her wheel, Mockbook Pro on the outside is second. Catch a Few Rays, she's in the pocket third. 3/4 and 1. 29 and 2. They're rounding the turn for the final time. Shade more than an eighth to go. Heather's Pet trying to see it through. Mockbook Pro on the outside. Catch a Few Rays into the passing lane. Down the stretch they come. Catch a Few Rays up the inside is coming on late. Catch a Few Rays gets there from Mark Campbell. Second, that'll go to Heather's Pet. We'll need a show photo. The mile 1, 59-2.
Well, there it is, folks. There's the Mark Campbell factor here, and it plays out perfectly here for Catch a Few Rays, getting a good two-hole ride following Heather's Pet as we get a look at that Universum Media slow-mo here for race 3. Honest fractions here in this race, 29, half 59 and 2, 129 and 2. Mockbook Pro and Murner had to move out 3 wide there at the 5/8, and that kind of took a sting out of Mockbook Pro, but getting that front row seat to this trip was Catch a Few Rays and Campbell. They're going to give them the slip up the pass lane here in the stretch and get it done. Nice trip, 159 and 2 to crack that 2023 goose egg. She gets it done here. Catch a Few Rays in the third.
Catch a few rays arriving at the third race winner's circle. Bay Pacing Mare, she's 7 by Sunshine Beach. Off the Rock and Roll Hanover Dam, Rock and Roll Diva. Owned by Carson Wilkie, Lowell Parkman of Stratford. Bred by Mark Stacy, Bannon Stables, and Diane Bertrand. Trained by Kenneth Wilkie. Mark Campbell's in the driver's seat. The mile 159 and 2. Catch a few rays in the third.
This race replay is brought to you by Park After Dark Events. Red Shores is Atlantic Canada's premier entertainment destination. Watch for announcements on comedy nights, concerts, and more with Park After Dark Events at Red Shores.
Now the official results from the third. Heather's Petwood second, MD's Girl fifth, Evening Maelstrom fourth, Outrageous Spirit seventh, Catch a Few Rays the race winner. Mockbook Pro was third, Windermere No Harm Done sixth, Fractions 29, 59 and 2, 129 and 2, and the mile 159 and 2. From the top, 254, 71, 36. Catch a Few Rays, 450 to win. Exactor 1780, Triactor 5410, and the Superfecta was 1514.
When you play Red Shores Charlottetown, you can sign up on the back of your non-winning ticket in our second chance draw and grand prize for the Gold Cup and Saucer. It includes table for four Gold Cup night on the trackside patio, hotel room at the Home and Grand, in-room welcome basket, $40 wagering vouchers, race programs, and $500 cash. Second chance draws for the Gold Cup and Saucer grand prize package underway July 2nd until August 5th.
Maiden Pacers on the 4th race parade. Number 1, Freaky Fanny, is owned by Josh McDonald of Little Pond, trained by Mike McGuigan. Mark Campbell catch drives. I'll Bet You, I'll Beat You, wears number 2, owned by Heather Sheen of Summerside. Mike McGuigan training and driving. Red Dirt Diamond 3 is owned by Dina Clow of New Haven. Brett Clow trains and drives. Time End Again 4, owned by Bobby Joe Matheson, Wayne McDougall, and Dr. Don Ling, trained by Ron Matheson, Jills Barrio. Summer Lovin' number 5, owned by Ashley Gamester of Hunter River and Wendell Gregory of New Dominion, trained and driven by Jason Hughes. Wims Wonder 6, owned by Michael Clary of Montague, trained by John Clary, Kenny Murphy up. Dusty Lane Zara number 7, owned by Alexis Gass of Cornwall, trained by Ronnie Gass, Corey McPherson drives. Brookdale Sandy number 8, owned by Bill Kinney of Hunter River and Darla J of Charlottetown, trained by Von Doyle, Kenny Arsenault in the sulky. 4 minutes wagering time on tonight's 4th race. Don't miss the Canada Day card. Red Shores Summerside, Saturday afternoon, a 1 o'clock opening post time. Play at the track or from home with HPI. Bet.com. And Kurt on Tuesday night at Summerside, young Brett Clow found his way to the winner's circle for his first winning Par Mutual drive. And what a beauty of a photo for the Clow family. Congratulations to Brett.
Yeah, that was pretty slick steering by young Brett Clow. He's going to make a really nice driver right on the front end there with their own horse, Bold and Bad. So congrats, Brett, on your first win. You always remember your first win. I remember mine. I was aboard McHugh for the late, great Paul McDonald out of his stable. It was a small little horse named McHugh. I could see right over top of him. I was pretty big sitting behind him at 6'1". But it was nice to get the win with the family connections as well with my Aunt Cheryl Polton. And nice to see family connections again on Tuesday with young Brett Clow. It was a real nice drive. And congrats, Brett, on your first win. Okay, race 4 is on track, and we're going to get a look at a couple of freshman fillies here. They are leaving 1 and 2 coming out of the Mike McGuigan stable. I've elected to go with the 2. I'll Bet You, I'll Beat You. It's a 2-year-old filly by Control the Moment. Mike McGuigan, the trainer and driver. This filly is owned by Heather Sheen of Summerside, and a really nice qualifier there in 2:02. How about that last quarter? 28 flat, finishing second by a nose. And this is off a half of 103 and 4. So a nice big back half and a nice closing quarter from this filly. And so I'm going to put her on top of my ticket. Even though it's her debut, that qualifier really jumps off the page to me. So, and I like her body language on the track right now. So I'm going to go with the 2 on top, 3-1. We got a couple bridle changes in this 4th race as well. Time and again, the 4 who we see on the screen right now, adding blinkers, and the 8 is also going from closed to open, adding blinkers as well, and a birch bit. So the 8 is going to blinkers as well with a birch bit, and the 4 adding blinkers, as you can see there with that yellow and blue hood on. The Maritime Magic Man scoring out time and again. Bobby Joe Matheson, Wayne McDougall, and Dr. Don Ling are the owners of this 3-year-old filly by All Bets Off, coming out of the Ron Matheson stable. The powerful combo of Barrio and Matheson, they're going to team up here with time and again in that New Brunswick Breeders in Woodstock. A nice pocket ride, finishing second to Nanny Bernice, who's just a really nice filly 2:06.1 for John Davidson. And then back here in Charlottetown, a couple nice trips in 2 minutes and change in her second and third start back. On the front end, 3 back for Hughes, and just get collar late by Better Not Mock Me. So time and again, a major threat in here at 2-1. All right, there's the 5, Summer Lovin', owned by Ashley Gamester, and a Wendell Gregory, 3-year-old filly by Source of Pride, trained and driven by Jason Hughes. She's been into the mix the last 2 weeks, head post 6 the last 2 weeks as well, and making a big three-quarter mile mark move there in that latest, up second on the outside by quarter length, and then just got a little tired late, trailed off to 5th. Nice race time though, 2 minutes 2/5. Second 2 weeks ago in 2 minutes 3/5, closing quarter 29-4. So she's been racing the last couple weeks and learning how to do it, and she looked good in those last 2 starts. So I like her to round up my ticket. Currently 2-1. Two 2-year-old fillies on the inside, 6 3-year-old fillies on the outside. Should be a really nice race here as they line up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. It is post time for the 4th. Upstairs for the call to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Freaky Fanny, I'll Bet You, I'll Beat You. Red Dirt Diamond, time and again. Summer Lovin', Whims Wonder. Dusty Lane, Zara, and Brookdale Sandy, top of the stretch. Here they come. Rough and pacing, Summer Lovin', and time and again leaving out. I'll Bet You, I'll Beat You is on the rail right with them into the turn. Racing from 4th, that is Red Dirt Diamond. Moving into 5th, Dusty Lane Zara. 6th, Freaky Fanny. On the outside, that's Brookdale Sandy, and the early trailer, Whims Wonder. On the backstretch they go, and the 2-year roll control the moment. Philly, the leader. I'll Bet You, I'll Beat You with Mike McGuigan. Coming on now to take over the lead. Here's Summer Lovin' and the Blue Knight used to clear. I'll Bet You, I'll Beat You races from 2nd, 3rd on the turn. That's time and again, 29 seconds flat the opening quarter. Racing from 4th is Red Dirt Diamond. Coming out of the turn 5th is Dusty Lane Zara. Now racing from 6th is Brookdale Sandy. 7th is Freaky Fanny. Trailing the field 8th is Whims Wonder. They're halfway home in the 4th, led by Summer Lovin'. 2nd is I'll Bet You, I'll Beat You. Racing from 3rd, that's time and again, 59 seconds flat was the half mile. Red Dirt Diamond continues 4th. Dusty Lane Zara 5th. On the outside in fancy stepping went Freaky Fanny. Now moving into 6th is Brookdale Sandy. Whims Wonder on the outside 7th. And now the trailer, Freaky Fanny, 3/4 coming next. On the front end, Summer Lovin' the leader. I'll Bet You, I'll Beat You right there 2nd. Moving into 3rd, Dusty Lane Zara, the 3/4 up in 1:29 until they're 1/8 of a mile out. Summer Lovin' turning home. I'll Bet You, I'll Beat You to the outside. Dusty Lane Zara 3rd. Deep stretch now, and it's Summer Lovin' and the Blue Knight use. 2nd, that'll go to I'll Bet You, I'll Beat You. Dusty Lane Zara up 3rd. The mile 1:58.1.
Okay, another front end mission here from the Blue Knight, Jason Hughes, as we get a look at the Universal Media slow-mo here for race 4. And it was the 5, Summer, Lovin, and Hughes getting to the front here early, 29, half 59, 129 and 2. They got the freshman filly, I'll Bet You, I'll Beat You in the 2-hole. A major threat at the top of the stretch for McGuigan. They're going to make their move at the top of the stretch, but Summer, Lovin up for the challenge. She's going to get a little daylight in between her and the 2 in here, and she's going to get it done. A nice closing quarter here. She gets it done in a maiden breaking victory, 158 and 1. Summer, Lovin sharp here in the 4th at Red Shores.
Summer Lovin finding her way to the 4th race winner's circle by pacing filly 3 by Source of Pride off the Art Major Dam, Major Temper Tantrum, owned by Ashley Gamester of Hunter River and Wendell Gregory of New Dominion, bred by Blair Campbell of Darlington. The Blue Knight Jason Hughes trains and drives. Jason's second winner for the double. Filly pacing to a maiden record of 158 and 1. Summer Lovin in the 4th.
This race replay is brought to you by our new player portal. Everything you need to play the horses with programs, picks, mobile wagering, up-to-date stats, replays, and special features. Check out the new Red Shores player portal. Click on the racing tab at Redshores.ca.
Here's the official results from the 4th race. Freaky Fanny was 8. I'll Bet You, I'll Beat You finished 2nd. Red Dirt Diamond 5th. Time End Again 4th. Summer Lovin' the race winner. Whim's Wonder was 6th. Dusty Lane Zara 3rd. Brookdale Sandy was 7th. Fractions of 29, 59. 129 and 2. And the mile 158 and 1. In review, it's 825 416 37. Summer Lovin' paid $9. Exactor $21. Triactor $111.50. Superfecta $25.44.
The Prince Edward Island Standardbred Breeders Association proudly presents the Atlantic Dream Stable 2023 competition. This is a fundraiser for the IWK and a great way to support all the work they do in our maritime community. Presented by the PEI Standardbred Breeders Association, sponsored by Phillips Agri-Services, your local supplier of quality horse feeds and proud dealers of Brooks Performance Horse Feed and SureGain Horse Feed. Additional runner-up prizes donated by Redshores, and the contestant with the highest aggregate earnings in 2023 wins the first prize of $2,000 cash. And entries close July 22nd, and complete details are at atlanticdreamstable.weebly.com.
Race 5 entering the track on the parade, featuring the Super High 5. One is Southern Heart, owned by Elmer Campbell of Airdrie, Alberta, and Jackie Cooper of Stratford, trained by Ron Matheson, Corey McPherson driving. Gin and Tonic 2, owned by Brian Foley, Aaron Carver, Mark Galland, and Donnie Stewart, trained and driven by Mike McGuigan. Elm Grove Nancy, number 3. Kenny Murphy drives for owner-trainer Robert Phillips. Lose route, 204. Checkers Pride, number 4, owned by Marcia Knox and Kyla McDonald of Stanhope, trained by Melissa Rennie. Adam Murner drives. Five is Elm Grove Misty. Dave Kelly training and driving for owner Charlene Cipher, Springvale. J.J. Kinley wears number 6, owned by Delta J of Charlottetown, trained and driven by Von Doyle. Stealing Bases, number 7, owned by Jack Matheson of Charlottetown, trained by Ron Matheson, Jason Hughes. Number 8, I Can Do It, owned by Douglas and David Neal of Charlottetown, trained by Keith Ford. That's Mark Campbell. 4 minutes wagering time on race number 5. Kurt, you and I come up with our selections in our first Super High 5 tonight, and it's the Hillside Chevrolet Drive for Home Series. David Falls joining us tonight in the top of the park, and we thank Results Marketing and Advertising for their continued presentation of the Vance Cam. And here in the 5th, I'm leaning on the 4 Checkers Pride. Right now the tote board favorite at 6-5, Kurt. She's got a couple of flat lines under her belt, so that's going to entice me to put her on the top of the ticket tonight. I like 1 Southern Heart for 2nd, using the 3 Elm Grove Nancy for 3rd, then tipping to the outside J.J. Kinley from the 6th spot, and then the 7 Stealing Bases. My Super High 5 goes 4-1-3. 6-7. Kurt, your choices.
Yeah, we're pretty close, Vance, in here. I like the same 5 you do. I'm going to put the mare on the rail on top of my ticket here tonight, Southern Heart, McPherson. And then I'm going to go to Checkers Pride. I'm moving off her bandwagon this week. She's disappointed me 2 weeks in a row, so I'm going to put her in for 2nd tonight. And then I like the 7 Stealing Bases for 3rd, the 3 Elm Grove Nancy for 4th, and the 6 J.J. Kinley for 5th. So I'm going to go 1-4-7-3-6 here in the 5th. It's been great teaming up with Hillside Chevrolet for the Drive for Home series this month, and it concludes tonight in this 5th race, and it is going to be a dandy race here. It's a very competitive field Right now, my top choice sitting at 6-1, Southern Heart. Gin and Tonic coming off that break last week, 6-1. The 3 Elm Grove Nancy. I do like her as well tonight, 5-2 on her short price, 9-5 right now on Checkers Pride, 9-1 right now in Elm Grove Misty. J.J. Kinley, who put it together that big mile down at the bottom of her lines there, 59-2. She is post 6, and she is 8-1. 7 is 6-1 right now, stealing bases, and I Can Do It rounds out this competitive field of 8 at 7-1. We're getting close, just down to a minute here in the 5th, and my top choice, Southern Heart, making a bridle change in here, going from closed bridle to open as well. So keep that in mind as she's put together some pretty nice miles. I like that start 4 back, finishing 3rd, 58-1. When she has the rail, she can get away up close. She did last week. Corey came first up with her last week, but she just didn't fire. She ended up putting together a real nice mile there, 4th by 3 lengths in 2 minutes flat. So I think the angle they're playing tonight, open her up and maybe fire up here a bit tonight, and maybe she'll respond with that bridle change. I like Southern Heart to get it done, and I'm just loving those odds at 8-1 currently. Okay, it is the Hillside Chevrolet Drive for Home Series Pace. They'll be trackside with the winner for a presentation as the field moves up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. It is post time. Upstairs for the call to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Southern Heart, Gin and Tonic, Elm Grove Nancy, Checkers Pride, Elm Grove Misty, J.J. Kinley, Stealing Bases, and I Can Do It. Top of the stretch. Here they come. Rough and facing Elm Grove Misty, leaving out Southern Heart at the rail, stealing bases from the outside. She's also leaving. Then 4th as they round the turn, Gin and Tonic. Away 5th is Elm Grove Nancy. I Can Do It goes 6th. Then it's Checkers Pride 7th, and the trailer is J.J. Kinley, quarter pole bound, led by Stealing Bases and the Blue Knight Use. Second, that is Elm Grove Misty, the longest shot on the board. Gets the 2-hole ride. Southern Heart going into the turn 3rd. Racing 4th, that's Gin and Tonic, 29. 3 was the quarter. Racing from Stealing Bases up front leads it. Second is Elm Grove Misty. First up on the outside. Third, Gin and Tonic's underway. In at the rail, fourth is Southern Heart. Moving up fifth on the outside, Checkers Pride. Elm Grove Nancy back to sixth. On the outside, seventh. That is J.J. Kinley. Now the trailer, I Can Do It. 1 minute. 3 was the half mile. Up the backstretch they go. They're chasing, stealing bases to 3/4. Elm Grove Misty is second. Gin and Tonic third. 3 high coming fourth. Checkers Pride is rolling now. Then in fifth it's Southern Heart. 6 on the outside. That is J.J. Kinley. The 3/4 in 1:30. And 3 on the turn for the final time. Down to an eighth of a mile to go. Checkers Pride now strikes the lead. Stealing bases is second. Elm Grove Misty is there third. Deep in the stretch now. And it's Checkers Pride in the super high five for Adam Murner. Elm Grove Misty up second. Stealing bases third. 1:59.4.
All right, we're going to get a look at the Universum Media Slow-Mo here for Race 5. It was the Hillside Chevrolet Drive for Home Series. They're going to be trackside with the winner here, and the winner is Checkers Pride and Adam Murner. After going back-to-back fifth-place finishes, she really fired here tonight. No surprises off the wings. I thought Stealing Bases and Hughes would get to the front with absolutely no inside gate speed to speak of here in this race. Hughes controlled things here, 29-3, and nice soft fractions in the middle portion, minute 3/5, 1:30-3, but it didn't matter as Checkers Pride and Murner, she fired here tonight, and she gets it done, 1:59.4. Elm Grove Misty got a nice two-hole ride. She's going to get up for the deuce, and Stealing Bases, who did all the work, is going to get the show dough in here. Checkers Pride wins the fifth here at Red Shores.
Checkers Pride arriving at the fifth race winner's circle. Bay Pacing Mare 4 by Source of Pride. Off the Cam's Card Shark Dam, Yankee Checkers, owned by Marcia Knox and Kyla McDonald of Stanhope. Mare bred by Eldred Nicholson. Trained by Melissa Rennie and driven to victory by Adam Murner. Time of the mile in 1:59.4. Checkers Pride in the fifth. Hillside Chevrolet Drive for Home Series. David Falls at trackside with the trophy presentation.
This race replay is brought to you by the new 1888 Lounge at Red Shores. The 1888 Lounge is perfect for your corporate meetings, parties, or presentations. Contact Rebecca in our Sales and Events Division for more information on the new 1888 Lounge upper level at Red Shores.
Here's the official results now in race 5. Southern Heart 5th, Gin and Tonic 7th, Elm Grove Nancy 4th, Checkers Pride the race winner. Elm Grove Misty was 2nd, J.J. Kinley finished 8th, Stealing Bases was 3rd, I Can Do It finished 6th, Fractions went 29 and 3, 1 minute 3, 1:30 and 3, and the mile 1:59 and 4. In review, it's 5:74, 1:28.36. Checkers Pride 350 to win. Exactor was 84.10, Triactor 491.20, Super High 5 carryover. Miss Sangria's on the 6th race post parade, owned by Alex McPhee of Clyde River. Corey McPherson trains and drives. Better Than Glamour 2 is owned by Joanne and Marion Stewart of Albany, trained by Cliff Murphy. Kenny Murphy aboard. Locker Up number 3, Kenny Arsenault trains and drives for owner Jamie Kennedy, Charlottetown. Traces of Purple 4, owned and trained by Robert Phillips of Lou's Route 204, Gilles Barrio. 5 is Sigali, owned by the Sigali 6 stable of Charlottetown, trained by Philip Kelly, Jason Hughes. Fluentosity number 6, owned by Shane and Blaine Baglow of Cornwall, trained by Blaine Baglow, David Dowling drives. Down to 5 minutes wagering time on the 6th race, the start of the on-track pick 5. Get your ballots in before the start of this 6th race.
Now time for 60 seconds or less with Peter McPhee.
Back with another round of 60 seconds or less. Today's guest is Colin Johnson. Colin, let's get right to it here. What is your favorite movie of all time?
Oh, Forrest Gump when I was watching movies.
What about your favorite actor or actress?
Tom Hanks.
What song do you sing along to in the car?
I always played it going to big races. Especially when I thought I had a chance. I Got a Feeling by the Black Eyed Peas.
What would you rather do, announce a race here at Red Shores or co-host on the race day broadcast?
Definitely want to host the race day broadcast. Would love to do that one day.
Would you come on with us if we asked you?
Oh, absolutely.
You get 2 tickets to any sporting event in the world. Where are you going?
Going to the World Cup soccer finals.
Really good. You get to invite 3 people over for dinner. Who's on the guest list?
I thought about this one. Alan Shearer, Morgan Wallen, and Tiger Woods.
You must sing one karaoke song. What song is it?
It's Sand in My Boots, Morgan Wallen.
Besides driving or training horses, what would your dream job be?
Still what I'm doing now, training horses. So.
And who's the best horse you've driven or trained?
Trained Electric Stenner and made $1 million for me, so he probably tops it.
And give us your dream race to be in and win.
Oh, just to go a couple starts. I've been there, won it twice, and would love to win it again. Never gets old.
Thanks for watching 60 seconds or less.
Thanks to Peter and Colin for that 60 seconds or less segment. I'd like to hear not only Colin Johnson sing some Morgan Wallen, but get him up here on the race day broadcast, maybe picking some winners. That'd be great too. Again, thanks to Colin for doing that. Out onto the track we go here for race number 6. I'm going to go with the 2 in here. Better Than Glamour. 7-2 on the morning line. I thought I'd get a bit of a price here, and I am right now at 5-1. Owned by Joanne and Marion Stewart of Albany PEI. Cliff Murphy, the trainer, and Kenny Murphy going to do the driving here. A really nice second there, 2 back at the numbers at 12-11 last 5. Head the rail, got away to the lead, and just got collared by a really nice She's a Comedian. Race timed in 58 and won 29-3 final panel. Jumped up to the 14:51s last week. Hit post 6, got away 4th, and was kind of a non-factor in that race. Beaten 4.5 lengths, but a nice race time there, 57-1, 29-1 final panel. So not a lot of gate speed when she leaves outside. She's left 7 twice and 6 once in her last 4 starts. So a little trouble there at the draw, but that second last start was a really nice mile. So I'm going to put her on top of my ticket here tonight. Great price at 6-1. And there's a look at Traces of Purple and the Maritime Magic Man. Gilles Barrio, Robert Phillips, the trainer and owner. Last time out, they dropped down to the 551 level. Also dropping down that week was the Lady Sheriff. She sat 2 behind the Lady Sheriff from post 8. A real nice effort there, second by half a length, 57-1, 28-2 final panel. She was getting to the Lady Sheriff late in the mile there. A little further to go, she might have reached up and got her. Trace of Purple rounding into form. She's been a great overnight mare here over the years, and so I'm going to put her in for second on my ticket, currently even money. Okay, we're getting close to post time here and talking about nice overnight mares. Here's one right here on the screen. That is the one Miss Sangre, owned by Alex McPhee of Clyde River. Corey McPherson, the trainer and driver. She's been knocking on the door in her last 6 starts. She reeled off 5 seconds in a row, and then last week from post 7, she rallied to be 4th, only beaten 2 1/4, 57-3. She was race time. When she draws to the inside, she can get away up close to the lead, just like she did 2 back, where she got a nice 2-hole ride and finished second by a neck to Mrs. Dragonfire. Miss Sangria right now 7-5 on the board. Like to wish a happy 38th wedding anniversary to Donna and Kevin Reed, celebrating with us tonight in the top of the park. Great to have you here, and happy anniversary from all of us here at Red Shores as the field lines up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. It is post time for the 6th. Upstairs for the call to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Now, speaking of birthdays, Kurt, you were trying to slip one by as you celebrated a birthday yesterday. So a happy belated birthday to Mr. Kurt Hughes. He's the Super High Five champ. Here's the 6th race on a Thursday at Charlottetown, post time. Up and pacing, Traces of Purple leaves out. Miss Sangria's along the rail, going right with her. The third one into the turn. Better Than Glamour. Getting away 4th is Locker Up. Up into 5th, that is Sigali. And the early trailer, Fluentosity. Up the backstretch they go. The post-time favorite is Traces of Purple and the Maritime Magic Man, Barrio. They're leading to the quarter. Racing second, Miss Sangria. Now right there, third is Better Than Glamour. Locker Up goes fourth. Sigali 5th. Trailing the field, Fluentosity 29. Second flat the opening quarter. Straight alignment around the turn. Approaching 3/8. Traces of Purple, the fraction setter. Miss Sangria's getting the 2-hole ride. Better Than Glamour is there. Third. Locker Up fourth. Sigali heading to the outside 5th. Trailing the field, that's Fluentosity. They're halfway home, led by Traces of Purple. Miss Sangria's right on her back. Better Than Glamour continues third. 58 and 3 the half mile. On the move of the outside 4th, Sigali's underway. Following her on the outside 5th is Fluentosity. Now the trailer is Locker Up. They're on the back stretch for time 2. 3/4 pole land. They're going there now, led by Traces of Purple. Sigali picks up second now on the outside. In the pocket third is Miss Sangria. Better Than Glamour 4th. Fluentosity 5th. Trailing the field, Locker Up. 3/4 and 1. 28 and 3 with an 8 left to go. Traces of Purple turning home the leader. Miss Sangria second. Sigali on the outside third. Deep in the stretch, Miss Sangria up in the passing lane. Gets it all for Corey McPherson. Traces of Purple was second. Sigali third in 1:57.2.
Okay, you've just watched Miss Sangria notch her 40th career win here, and she gets it done on a Thursday night here at Red Shores. I mentioned in the pre-race what a great mare she's been over the years here at Red Shores, and she just comes to play every single week. Well, after knocking on the door for 5 straight weeks, getting an outside post last week, tonight she draws the rail, gets a 2-hole trip here behind the 4 Traces of Purple, who is another really nice overnight mare. She's going to give her the slip here down the pass lane and get it done for Corey McPherson, picking up win number 40 of her career. Miss Sangria gets it done here in the 6th.
Well, as my colleague Mr. Hughes made mention, this mare is going to arrive at the winner's circle for the 40th time in her harness racing career. That's number 1, Miss Sangria, here in the 6th. Bay Pacing mare 11 by Royal Majesty. Off of the Western Ideal Dam, Marla Hanover. Owned by Alex McPhee of Clyde River. Bred by Rochelle Houdon and Alice Draper. Trained and driven to victory by Corey McPherson for a mile in 157 and 2. Miss Sangria and her 40th lifetime victory.
This race replay is brought to you by Simtrack Print and Graphic. Here they come, and it's Simtrack for the win with exceptional print products, exceptional graphic design services, and exceptional value. Simtrack Print and Graphics, 902-892-7719.
Now the official results from race 6. Miss Sangria the winner. Better Than Glamour 5th. Locker Up 6th. Traces of Purple was 2nd. Sigali finished 3rd. Fluentosity 4th, fractions of 29, 58 and 3, 128 and 3, and the mile 157 and 2. In review, 156, 234. Miss Sangria paid 610. The exactor 1180, triactor 6750, and the superfecta was 1813.
The Island Trot Challenge will be unveiled this season, supported by the Fox Group. The series will showcase the top trotters in action all summer long, leading to the fall finale on Atlantic Breeders' Crown Sunday, October 8th. For conditions, race dates, and more, go to the horseperson's information at Redshores.ca.
Speaking of shadows on the 7th race, Post Parade, owned by Josh McDonald of Little Pond and Mark McDonald of Cornwall. Mike McGuigan trains and drives. Rock and Roll K's number 2, owned by Hardcore Racing of Belfast, trained by Jeff Holmes, driven by Kenny Murphy. 3, Better Not Mock Me, has been scratched. The 4, Miss Chantel Mockaby, owned by Mary Jean Noy, Denise Andrew, and Tasha McKenzie, trained by Kenneth Wilkie, Mark Campbell driving. Roses for Jenny 5, owned by Alan McDonald of Biddeford, Jason Hughes, the trainer driver. 6 is Georgia Thompson, owned and trained by Melissa Rennie of Charlottetown, Adam Murner. 5 minutes wagering time on race number 7. This is the drive for home. Hillside Chevrolet joining us tonight. David Falls and guest in the top of the park. Back to the broadcast desk for Kurt Hughes, and he'll have the race day recap presented by Metro Home Building Center.
Okay, here's a look at the race day recap presented by Metro Home Building Center. And in tonight's first race, it was Java and Dowling going right down the road here. They drew outside last week. A real nice effort. Tonight, they drew into post 2, and they're going to make no mistakes going right down the road here. Nice trip, 157 and 2, and that was a new record for her as well. Nice triactor there, 237, 5640. In race 2 tonight, we had a break there early on from Getting Salty and Campbell, who you see on the outside finishing 4th. It was a nice recovery by her, but Windermere got muscle, and Hughes took full advantage, got the fractions they wanted, and they got a maiden breaking score in 2:06, and the 514 ticket paid $115.60. And then in 9 and 2 in the 516 ticket paid $54.10. In race 4 tonight, it was the 5 going right down the road. Summer 11 and Hughes, they're going to dominate here down in the half, 59, and a maiden record here tonight for Summer 11, 158 and 1. Nice ticket here in that 4th race as well. The 527 paid $111.50. And in race 5 tonight, it was the Hillside Chevrolet Drive for Home Series, and it was Checkers Pride finally getting up and getting it done here after back-to-back 5th place finishes. She's going to fire here tonight for Adam Murner and get it done in 59 and 4. And then in race 6, we just watched Traces of Purple go down the road here for Barrio, and not going to have it, though, as Miss Sangria gets that pocket ride and reaches up to nab the victory from her. She gets it done, Miss Sangria, 157 and 2, and she notched her 40th career win, Miss Sangria and McPherson in race 6, and the 145 ticket paid $67.50. And that is the race day recap presented by Metro Home Building Center. Two minutes to post here before race 7. There's a look at the 2 Rock and Roll K's, a 3-year-old filly by Tobago K's, trained by Jeff Holmes. Kenny Murphy, the driver tonight. Hardcore Racing from Belfast is the owner. And Rock and Roll K's, we're going to throw that line out from last week here in Charlottetown, the Maritime Breeders. She made that break prior to the start, finished distance. How about the trips prior to that? In an A stake in Truro, a nice 2-hole ride, getting the job done over Salisbrook Mabel in 55 and 4. Closing quarter, 28 flat. On the front end, in Summerside 3-back, PEI Cold Stake, getting it done wire to wire, 56 and 4. She had a really nice season last year, banking over 32,000, already 12,000 in the bank this year. 4 for 5 in the top 2 with 2 wins. And so I'm going to put her on top here in an overnight for sure at even money. Just a minute to go here before race 7, the 3. Better Not Mock Me scratched. Miss Chantel Mockaby is the 4. Mark Campbell, I like this filly here tonight. Off that win last week for Campbell, 57 and 1. Trained by Kenny Wilkie. It was a nice effort for Campbell and Miss Chantel Makabe, so they're going to be a major threat again this week. Campbell gets along really well with her, driven her twice, and he's won with her twice. Right now, 8-5 on the board. Hughes already a couple wins on the evening, and he's got another shot here with roses for Jenny. Alan McDonald, the owner, and Jason Hughes, the trainer and driver. Now 4-year-old mare by Peng Shui. Nice fifth there in the 2023 debut, 57-4, a really nice tightener. 29-4 closing quarter in that qualifier, second in 2:03. Roses for Jenny right now in this compact field of 5. I like her to round out the ticket, currently 7-2. Scratch down to a field of 5 filly mares lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate for tonight's 7th race. Back upstairs to Vance Cameron for the call.
Scratch down to a field of 5 in the 7th. Speaking of shadow, Rock and Roll K's, Miss Chantel Makabe, Roses for Jenny, and Georgia Thompson. Top of the stretch. Chantel Makabe, then the early trailer. That is Roses for Jenny. The leader, Georgia Thompson, shoots to the front for Adam Murner. Rock and Roll K's is now second and going right on after that leader. Third is Speaking of Shadow, racing from fourth is Miss Chantel Makabe. Trailing the field fifth, Roses for Jenny. So Rock and Roll K's and Kenny Murphy took over the lead off at 29 and 1 opening quarter. Georgia Thompson now second. Speaking of Shadow around the turn third. Fourth up the rail, Miss Chantel Makabe. Then the trailer fifth. Roses for Jenny. Down the stretch they come. The opening half mile, the next station, and Rock and Roll K's will be the midway point leader. Georgia Thompson right up in the rigging in the 2-hole, racing from third. That's Speaking of Shadow. Fourth is Miss Chantel Makabe, and she edges out. Trailing fifth, Roses for Jenny. 58 and 1 was the half mile. 29 seconds flat in the second quarter. They swing to the back stretch for the final time, chasing Rock and Roll K's to 3/4. Second is Georgia Thompson. Up third on the outside, Miss Chantel Makabe. In at the rail, Speaking of Shadow, fourth. Trailing fifth, Roses for Jenny, 3/4 up in 1 28-1. They round the turn for the final time, led by Rock and Roll K's. Coming second, that is Georgia Thompson. Miss Chantel Makabe is third. Roses for Jenny. The trailer after a break. Speaking of shadow, Rock and Roll K's in line to Kenny Murphy, a going-away winner. Second is Georgia Thompson. Finishing third, Miss Chantel Makabe. Excellent trip. 1:55 for 27-3 closing quarter.
A really confident Grand Circuit steer here from Kenny Murphy with the two Rock and Roll K's. They're going to flow down out of there, but they're going to let the 6 Georgia Thompson and Murner cross down to the lead, and they're going to keep on rolling up to get the lead from Georgia Thompson. A real good steer here by Kenny Murphy. They're going to get to the front. Pretty soft opening quarter there, 29-1. They're going to step it up just a tick there, 58-1 to the half, 128-1, as Vance mentioned. Kenny Murphy rocking and rolling down the lane here with Rock and Roll K's. 55-4, 27-3 final panel. This is a really nice sophomore filly from the Jeff Holmes stable. She gets it done here in the 7th.
Rock and Roll K's to the 7th race winner's circle, bay facing filly 3 by Tobago K's off the Camlock Dam Timel Extra. Owned by Hardcore Racing of Belfast. Filly bred by Blaine Tebow of Kensington. Trained by Jeff Holmes and driven to victory by Kenny Murphy. Going right to her record of 155-4. Rock and Roll K's in the 7th.
This race replay is brought to you by All Star Cresting, specializing in embroidery, screen print, promotional products, and on-site cresting featuring the newest technology, and one of the largest embroidery and screen printing departments in Atlantic Canada. For all your clothing and merchandise needs, email sales@allstarcresting.ca. At All Star Cresting, we got you covered.
Now the official results from race 7. Speaking of Shadow fifth, Rock and Roll K's the winner. Better Not Mock Me was scratched. Miss Chantel Mockabe third. Roses for Jenny fourth. Georgia Thompson was second. 29-1, 58-1, 128-1, and the mile 155-4. In review, it's 5-1 scratched, 3-4-2. Rock and Roll K's paid $260. The exactor was $890, Triactor $1510, Superfecta $316.
The top of the park features land and sea buffets Fridays in June. So tomorrow night, you want to get in on the land and sea buffet here in the top of the park. Only $29.95, and reservations are recommended, and details are at Redshores.ca.
Leading the 8th race on Post Parade, number 1, Suicide Shift, owned by Margot Fisher of Fredericton, New Brunswick, trained by Harold Shepard. Stephen Shepard drives. 2 is My Secret Ability, owned by Janet Bevan and Eldred Nicholson. Kenny Arsenault, the trainer driver. Summit City Nate, number 3, owned by Leanne Moyer of Summerside, trained by Chris Davies. Adam Murner. Hall of a Ride 4, Kenny Murphy drives for owner-trainer Janice Hubbard, St. John, New Brunswick. Along for the Ride, number 5, owned by Ambrose Label of Morel, trained by Brian McPhee, driven by Amber Campbell. Striking Pride 6, owned by John Bro, Jillian Furness, and Paul Morrison. Paul is the trainer. Corey McPherson is the driver. You have 5 minutes wagering time in race 8. Gold Cup and Saucer Grandstand seats went on sale June 27th with the same great price, but a brand new package. If you're looking for seats, call the race office.
That's right, Vance. Grandstand seats $55 each. Price includes race program, prize draws, food service from 7 to 9 p.m. in the 1888 Lounge, wagering, BOGO, and tickets are on sale now. They went on sale on Tuesday, so if you're looking for tickets, call the race office at 902-629-6636. Okay, we're back on the trot here for race 8, 4 minutes to post. And there's a look at the 6, Striking Pride, 5-year-old mare by Striking Lindsay, driven tonight by Corey McPherson, trained by Paul Morrison. He shares ownership with Jillian Furness and John Bro. A nice win there from post 6 last week. Got away 5th by 9 and change at the quarter, and they made that brush to the front there. They cleared to the lead. They were leading at 3/4. And then they didn't look back. 2 minutes, 3/5. Nice win there last week. And then made that break just after the word go there, 2 back. Still rallied really nicely there to finish second. Only beaten a half. But that spotted them 12 lengths at the half. So it was a real nice rally for Striking Pride. 2 back. And then a winner on the front end in her debut in 59-1. So she is my pick again this week, along with everyone else. We all like her. 1-4 on the board. Another person who celebrated her birthday yesterday was Amber Campbell. So happy belated birthday to Amber Campbell, who celebrated along with myself yesterday. She's aboard along for the ride. Armbrose Labelt is the owner. Breeder Brian McPhee, the trainer. Nice rally last week to finish second in 2:01-1 at this identical level. She's been racing great for Amber over the last few seasons, and off that trip last time out, I like her for part of my ticket, currently 5-1. Okay, and at long odds, I'm going to go with the 3 Summit City Nate, 11-year-old veteran. Adam Murner gets the call here for trainer Chris Davies and owner Leanne Moyer of Summerside. Third last time out, 2:01-2. In behind, Striking Pride and along for the ride. So I'm going to go for another triactor just like last week. I like Summit City Nate to round out my ticket. 2:01-2 race time last time out, 30 flat closing quarter. 31 lifetime wins. Looking for win number 32. You never know. Could get it here tonight in upset fashion. Long odds, 59-1. Okay, Trotters on track here for race 8. They're lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Back upstairs to Vance Cameron for the call.
Suicide Shift, My Secret Ability. Summit City, Nate Hall of a Ride. Along for the Ride and Striking Pride on the gate, top of the stretch. Eighth race Trotters all lined up and approaching a start. Off stride at the rail, Suicide Shift. Off stride goes Summit City Nate into the turn, Hall of a Ride going to the lead. Second is My Secret Ability. Along for the Ride will get away third. Striking Pride will round the turn fourth, then in fifth. That is Summit City Nate. The trailer is Suicide Shift. So the quarter pole bound. The leaders are Hall of a Ride for Kenny Murphy by 2 lengths. Second is My Secret Ability, racing from third. Along for the Ride. Striking Pride is with the leaders fourth, alone in fifth. That's Summit City Nate. Trailing the field, Suicide Shift. The quarters in 30 seconds flat. Hall of a Ride putting the fractions on the board. Midway round the turn for the first time. Racing from second is My Secret Ability. Out of the turn from third, Along for the Ride. Striking Pride goes fourth. Summit City Nate is caught up fifth, and Suicide Shift, he's got the field now sixth as they approach the half mile. Hall of a Ride is halfway home. Second is My Secret Ability. Striking Pride on the move in the outside third. Along for the Ride, tipping to the outside fourth. Summit City Nate is fifth. Suicide Shift sixth. They're over to the half mile in a very comfortable 1:02. 32 seconds. Second quarter breather, and the tempo's picking up now. Striking Pride on the outside, the leader. Hall of a Ride at the rail second. My Secret Ability third. Fourth, Along for the Ride. Summit City Nate fifth. Trailing the field, Suicide Shift. 3/4 up in 1:31 and 2. They trot 29 and 2 in the third. Hall of a Ride is battled back at the rail to retake. Striking Pride on the outside second. Up the rail third. My Secret Ability comes on. Deep in the stretch now. Coming to the wire. Hall of a Ride will double up Kenny Murphy. Second is My Secret Ability. Striking Pride third. 2 minutes, 1/5.
Well, he was a really nice trotter last year into December, too, racing in the Open. He's struggling to find his way here this year, but tonight he's going to put it all together here with Murphy aboard, giving him the double. Hall of a Ride's going to go right down the road here. Nice half there in 1:02. That was the winning move by Murphy, 1:31 and 2 to the 3/4. And how about the trotter throwing the last quarter at them, 28 and 4. They're coming at him on both sides into the inside. My Secret Ability on the outside. Really talented mare and Striking Pride, but Hall of a Ride's going to turn them both away and get it done here going down the road in 2 minutes, 1/5.
Here comes Hall of a Ride to the 8th race winner's circle. Trotting Brown Gelding, he's 5 years. The son of Angus Hall off the Royal Strength Dam, Royal Missy. And he's a homebred of Janice Hubbard of St. John, New Brunswick. Janice is the trainer. Kenny Murphy has his second winner for the double. The mile in 2 minutes and 1/5. Hall of a Ride in the 8th. Now the official results in race 8, Suicide Shift was 6, My Secret Ability 2nd, Summit City Nate 5th, Hall of a Ride the race winner. Along for the Ride 4th, Striking Pride finished 3rd, fractions of 30, 102, 131 and 2, and the mile 2 minutes and 1/5. In review, 625, 143. Hall of a Ride paid $770, Exactor $44.60. Triactor $99.10, Superfactor $23.45.
The Red Shores All-Star Handicap and Challenge came to an end last Saturday with an exciting finish. Robert Reed Jr. pulled off the victory in deep stretch. Congratulations to Mike Delatorre, who voted for Robert and was selected in a draw to win Red Shores Boom Just Like That merch. Red Shores will be in touch with you, Mike. Okay, the new PEI Colt Stakes Graduate Series for 4- and 5-year-old horses and mares will be presented in July and August, with a $9,500 finals being held in September, and the series is sponsored by K's Wholesale and JD Marine Diving in partnership with the Breed Development Fund of the PEI Standardbred Breeders Association. So for conditions, race dates, and more, go to the horseperson's information at Redshores.ca.
ninth race on Post Parade, Lions Jenny Lee, number 1. Owned by Chris and Suzanne Davies and Carol Wright, trained by Chris Davies, Kenny Murphy driving. I'll Tell Me Ma, number 2, owned by Scott Dunn of Montague, trained by Colin Johnson, Corey McPherson driving. Outrageous Song, number 3, owned by Shirley Weeks of Fredericton, trained by Ron Matheson, Jill's Burial drives. Elm Grove Mistress 4, owned by Jennifer Doyle and Danny Burt of Vernon Bridge, trained by Jennifer Doyle, Jason Hughes driving. 5 is Miss Moise, owned by Olivia May, Quade Hatley, and Andrew Cameron of Charlottetown, conditioned by Melissa Rennie, and Adam Murner is the driver. 6 is Topville Angelina, owned by Jody Lynn Matheson, Stefan Boudreau, and Gene Smallman, trained by Ron Matheson, Dale Spence. Filly 47 wears number 7 for owners Alan McDonald, Corey Carver, and Caitlin Smallwood, trainer-driver Mark Campbell. 3 minutes wagering time on race number 9, and this is Race Day Live from Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island.
The Atlantic Classic yearling sale for 2023 coming up before we know it on October 6th. And new start time, 11:30 a.m. at the Crapo Exhibition Grounds. And you can join us on October 5th from 4 to 8 p.m. at the Exhibition Grounds for a yearling preview. You can visit Atlantic-Classic.com for sale preview, online sale catalog, pedigree links, and sale results. Getting a little class relief here is the 4 Elm Grove Mistress. Jason Hughes going to drive for trainer and co-owner Jen Doyle, who owns along with Danny Burt. And last time out, the Filly Mare Preferred 3, she had the rail, got away to the lead, and then released She's So Sweet coming to the half. But it was a pretty big half there, 57-2. Ended up getting a little tired late in the mile, 3.5. Still closed it out 28-3. So I say tired. That's for the Filly Mare Preferred 3 maybe, but for this level here, I think that kind of mile will suit just fine. 55-1 was her race time. Prior to that, she was second. Again, from post 5, she got to the lead and got that 2-hole ride following She's So Sweet and ended up a nice second there, 56-2. So she's got great gate speed. She can come from off the pace, but not a lot of inside speed here tonight, so I'm looking for the Blue Knight to roll her off the gate again, get to the front, and control things. He's 1-2 in the front here tonight, and he could make it 3 here with the 4 Elm Grove Mistress. 3-2 currently. This is a nice old mare here. Lions Jenny Lee, now 8-year-old mare by Sun Beach somewhere. Had the rail last week for Kenny Murphy and trainer Chris Davies. Chris shares ownership along with Suzanne Davies and Carol Wright. Got that 2-hole ride in behind Sugar Bowl, who put up big fractions there. And this mare got a little tired late in the mile. 56-1, ended up 5th. Prior to that, from post 5, she rallied to be 4th in 57. She can do it from off the pace. If you look down her lines, she looks like she got away 6 there, 3 back there, and rallied to be 3rd. And how about that trip in her first start back from post 7? She got away 7 by 11. She was 3 wide at the half, and she rallied to win in 2:02 and 2 and put up another big mile in the very next start in 55-4, finishing 2nd. So she's been great since coming back here in her 8-year-old campaign, and I'll look for that to continue here. Long odds right now, 17-1. And here is the 3 Outrageous Song, who just loves Prince Edward Island. If you look at her lines down at the bottom of her card, they're racing in London in a 7,000 claimer and putting up miles like 59 and 3 in 2 minutes 3/5. Well, back here on the island, she just loves it here. Third in her debut this year, 55. Last week, second, 56 and 1. Nice closing quarters, 28 and 4 last week at that non-winners at 12:01. So she's going to bump up one more level here to the 14:51s this week. But with the inside post position here tonight for Gilles Barrio, I like her to round out my ticket. The 3 Outrageous Song currently 9-2. Getting some nice prices on a few mares in here. I'll Tell Mima had been racing at the preferred 2 down at the bottom. Been racing at the preferred 3, doing quite well. And then her last 2 dropping down in class. She has not raced that well, finishing 8x10 last time out. But she could be flying under the radar here right now at 4-1 for Corey McPherson. And 5-1 on the outside for Philly 47. Again, another one that could be flying under the radar here. In this 9th race, a real talented field. And those Philly mares are rolling up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate for tonight's 9th race. Back upstairs to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Lions, Jenny Lee, I'll Tell Me Ma, Outrageous Song, Elm Grove Mistress, Ms. Moise, Top Phil Angelina and Philly 47, top of the stretch. Here they come. Rough and facing Elm Grove Mistress from the center leaves out. I'll Tell Me Ma second, third to the turn. That's Outrageous Song. Coming up fourth on the outside, Ms. Moyes. On the rail fifth is Lions Jenny Lee. Into sixth is Philly 47. Then the trailer. That's Top Phil Angelina. Up the backstretch they go, led by Elm Grove Mistress and the Blue Knight Hughes. Second at the rail, I'll Tell Me Ma. Racing from third is Outrageous Song. Fourth on the cones, that's Ms. Moyes. Lions Jenny Lee has fifth. Philly 47 goes sixth. Seventh is Top Phil Angelina, 28. And 3 opened it up, arriving at the 3/8 in straight alignment. On the point, that is Elm Grove Mistress. Getting the 2-hole ride, I'll Tell Me Ma. Third up the rail, Outrageous Song. Then in fourth, that's Ms. Moyes. Lions Jenny Lee fifth. Philly 47 sixth. Top Phil Angelina seventh. No movement. They're halfway home. Here in the ninth, led by Elm Grove Mistress, 58. And 3 was the half. Tracking along in the 2-hole, I'll Tell Me Ma. Continuing third, Outrageous Song. Moving up fourth on the outside, Philly 47 is underway. Ms. Moyes up the rail fifth. Coming on sixth, Top Phil Angelina, and out pop Ms. Moyes. Then the trailer, Lions Jenny Lee is seventh. 3/4 comes next. And Elm Grove Mistress maintains the lead. Reaching from second, I'll Tell Me Ma. Philly 47 on the outside third. 3/4 in 1. 29 flat, they're homeward bound. Elm Grove Mistress, the leader. Philly 47. Ms. Moyes on the far outside is coming late. Deep in the stretch. Elm Grove Mistress, Ms. Moyes. I'll Tell Me Ma just got it all for Corey McPherson. Elm Grove Mistress second, Ms. Moyes third. 1:57.4.
Okay, well, the Blue Knight got the fractions he wanted there with Elm Grove Mistress. We thought she would get to the lead here tonight, and she did. 28-3, 58-3 to the half, 129 to the three-quarters. She should have been home and cooled in here, but I'll tell Mima, who got that nice two-hole ride from McPherson. She is the post-time picks value play of the night, and she's going to get up the pass lane here to get it on the line here for Corey McPherson. A nice effort here from Altalamima. I mentioned in the pre-race she'd been flying under the radar in her last two, and she does get it done here for the post-time picks value play. Time of the mile, 1:57.4 here in the ninth.
I'll Tell Me Ma, arriving at the ninth race winner's circle, bay pacing mare, 7 years. The daughter of Ameripan Gigolo is off the Riverboat King Dam River Swing. She's a homebred of Scott Dunn at Montague, trained by Colin Johnson and driven to victory by Corey McPherson for the driving double. The mile 1:57.4. I'll Tell Me Ma in the ninth.
This race replay is brought to you by Symes Horse Transport. Based in Nova Scotia and with over 20 years of experience, Chucky Symes would welcome an opportunity to transport your horses when you need them moved. Operating 2 rigs, Symes Horse Transport offers safe, feasible, and timely trucking in Canada and in the U.S. We also buy and sell horses. To book a stall and to get a quote, call or text 902-664-7086 or email sd.symes@gmail.com. Good luck racing.
Now the official results from the ninth race. Lions Jenny Lee finished 6th and had broken equipment. I'll Tell Me Ma, the winner. Outrageous Song, 5th. Elm Grove Mistress finished 2nd, had broken equipment. Ms. Moist was 3rd. Topville Angelina, 7th. Philly 47 was 4th. Fractions of 28 and 3, 58 and 3, 129, And the mile 157 and 4. In review 615-2374. I'll tell me ma paid 910. Exactor 2340, Triactor 4030, and the Superfecta 2170. Time to check your 50-50 tickets. Tonight valued at $555. The winning number will be C1203941. Tonight's 50-50 winning number for $555. C1203941. Good luck. Open trotters for the 10th race post-parade. Number 1, Incredible 2, owned by Wade Fuconi of Stanchill. Kenny Arsenault trains and drives. Mile Hill Willie, number 2, owned by John Bro of Shediac, Cape, New Brunswick, and Paul Morrison of Cardigan. Paul leads the trainer. Jill's Barrio driving. Jessie, Jess, or Jessica wears number 3, owned by Jennifer Doyle and Danny Bird of Vernon Bridge. Jen does the training. David Dowling. Sailor Blue, number 4, owned by Cindy McDonald, Amber McDonald, and Yossi Martinovic. Trained by Jeff Holmes. Kenny Murphy. Magian Tango 5, owned by Mary Lee Ripley of Amherst, Nova Scotia. Trained and driven by Jim Ripley. 6 Libero, owned by Donna Van Meer of Mount Herbert. Trained by Randy Van Meer. Corey McPherson drives. 5 minutes wagering time on race number 10. Canada Day cards, Saturday afternoon, Summerside, post time 1 o'clock. We come right back here in Charlottetown on Sunday afternoon with a 12:30 start time.
Yeah, big weekend ahead of us for Canada Day weekend. Vance Cameron, you'll be calling all the action. Rocky will be hosting, doing the hosting duties on that Canada Day card. And then Sunday afternoon, back here with Peter McPhee doing the hosting. And the Peter McPhee, nobody hotter right now than that guy right there, third from the left. In the last race there, he had the value play there. I'll tell Mima, a little over $9 winner. And the 245 ticket, he had ice cold at $40. So we'll see how he does here in this 10th race. He likes a 3-1-4 here. He's going 3-1-4 in here. I like the 3 as well. Jessie, Jess, or Jessica. Going to be really tough to beat her here tonight, especially with New Legacy taking the week off here this week. So this field gets to dodge New Legacy, who's been pretty dominant at the open level. Jessie, Jess, or Jessica, though, she's been putting together a really good summer so far as well. If you look across at her lines there, 16 starts in 2023, 2 wins, 5 seconds, and 3 thirds. She's been knocking on the door here at the open level. Runner-up finishes to New Legacy in her last 2 starts, second by a neck, 2 back, and 59. And then last week she was on the lead there but gave it up late to New Legacy. Race time 57 and 4. So I'm looking for Jess, or Jessica to get it done here for Jen Doyle and Danny Bird here in the open trot, 3 to 5 currently. Okay, got a little question mark here for the 4 Sailor Blue. She's had some time off. If you look at her lines there, her last start was on June 1st. Well, it's June 29th, so that's a 28-day, 4 weeks off for Sailor Blue. She looked good there in those 3 starts, so in her last 3, 2 wins and a third. She reeled off 2 in a row there and then had a nice third-place finish in her last start from post 6 race time to 58 and 4. The only question mark I have is the time off, the 4 weeks off. But she looks good there scoring down for Kenny Murphy. We'll see how they do, and if she is tight enough, she is a major threat. 7 to 2 currently. How about the qualifier from the 1? Incredible, too. Qualified in 1:58 and won a winner by 10 lengths in that qualifier. That is a really nice qualifier there. Kind of to give us a little flash of maybe what she is going to be here in her 5-year-old campaign. This is her first start in 2023. She had a really nice year last year, 19 for 30 in the top 3 with 5 wins, a mark of 58 and 3. And like I say, that qualifier stands out to me, a really sharp effort. So we'll see how they do here from the rail. Should get a good trip, though, for trainer, driver Kenny Arsenault and owner Wade Piccone. Incredible 2, 8 to 1. Open trotters lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate for tonight's 10th race, back upstairs for the call to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Only place you're going to find open trotters on the East Coast right here at the driving park in Charlottetown. They're lining up in the 10th. Incredible 2. Mile Hill Willie, Jesse, Jess or Jessica, Sailor Blue, Magian Tango, and Libero. Top of the stretch. Half a dozen open trotters approaching a start. Rough and trotting and up the rail. Incredible 2 will lead them out. Jesse, Jess or Jessica will get away second. The third one into the turn. Mile Hill Willie to get away fourth. That is Sailor Blue. Then in fifth, Magian Tango and the early trailer, Libero. Up the backstretch they go. Incredible 2 for Kenny Arsenault. Jesse, Jess or Jessica, and Dowling coming to call early now. All to two it and at it and two and on the front end by that opening quarter. It's going to be a good one. Jesse, Jess or Jessica now clears the lead for Dowling. 28 and 3 opened it up. Incredible 2 now around the turn is second, racing from third. Mile Hill Willie all alone in fourth. That's Sailor Blue. Back into fifth, Magian Tango. Libero is sixth. They approach the opening half mile next, led by Jesse, Jess or Jessica. She's halfway home. Second is Incredible 2. Mile Hill Willie continues third. Fourth up the rail, that is Sailor Blue. Racing from fifth is Magian Tango. And the trailer sixth, Libero. 57 and 3 for an opening half mile to rolling. Led to the backstretch by Jesse, Jess or Jessica. Incredible 2 is second. Mile Hill Willie continues third. Fourth is Sailor Blue. Magian Tango fifth. Trailing the field, Libero. No movement, less than a quarter of a mile out. After the 3/4 in 1:28 and 1. Jesse, Jess or Jessica. An eighth of a mile to go. Incredible 2 now to the outside. Mile Hill Willie is there third. Sailor Blue fourth. Down the stretch they come. Jesse, Jess or Jessica. Incredible 2. Mile Hill Willie just got it all for the Maritime Magic Man, Berrio. Second was Jesse, Jess or Jessica. May need a show photo. Time of the mile, 1:58 flat.
Okay, we're going to get a look at the Universum Media slow-mo here. And no surprises off the opening quarter anyway. That was the 3 Jesse, Jess or Jessica and Dowling demanding the lead. Incredible 2 and Kenny Arsenault did take that 2-hole ride, but a big half here by Jesse, Jess or Jessica, 57 and 3, and that might have taken a little sting out of her late in the mile, 1:28 and 1. Tracking along mid-pack, Mile Hill Willie. They're going to move off cover at the top of the stretch, and he's going to go right by them all and get it done here in 1:58. First start off the bench. Willie gets it done here in the open trot.
Mild Hill Willie arriving at the 10th race winner's circle. Trotting Chestnut Stallion 7 by Umbro Barrister. Off the Mr. Vic Dam Pumpkin Doodles, owned by John Bro, Shediac, Cape, New Brunswick, and Paul Morrison of Cardigan. Bred by John Bro, Shediac, Cape, New Brunswick. Trained by Paul Morrison, Joe Barrio is in the driver's seat. The mile 158, that's Mile Hill Willie in the open trot at Charlottetown. Here's the official results from the 10th race. Incredible 2 third. Mile Hill Willie the winner. Jesse Jasso Jessica was second. Sailor Blue finished fourth and had broken equipment. Magian Tango fifth. Libero was sixth. Fractions were 28 and 3. 57 and 3. 128 and 1. And the mile 158. In review, 3-1-2. 4-5-6. Mile Hill Willie at 980. Exactor 2590, Tractor 4120, Superfecta 1564.
Red Shores will once again be featured in PEI hotels for the 2023 season. Guests receive a promotional play package, which even includes a taxi voucher when they sign up for our Rewards Club. Hotels include the Home and Grand, Holiday Inn, Delta Prince Edward, and the brand new Micro Hotel and Suites by Wyndham Summerside next to our Red Shores Summerside location. Okay, 6 away here from race 11. It's in now winners of 1301, last 5. I'm going to go with a 1-2-4. I like Sports Icon off the claim there 2 weeks ago when she finished a really good fourth there in her first start and then wired the field in her second start for David Dowling, 56 flat. I like the 2 Woodmere Roll Lily as well for Adam Murner. She's been very consistent this season, so I like her for second. And for third, I'm going to go with Pacific Delight for third. So I like a 1-2-4. Post time picks looks 2-1-4. Classifier also on board with a 1-2-4.
Tonight's 11th race on the track. One is Sports Icon, and there is one claim entered. Owned by Hardcore Racing of Belfast, trained by Jeff Holmes, David Dowling. 2, Woodmere Roll Lily, owned by Marcia Knox of Stanhope and Corey Livingston of Village Green, trained by Melissa Rennie, driven by Adam Murner. Acroturi number 3, owned by David Kent of North Rustico, trained and driven by Kenny Arsenault. 4, Pacific Delight, owned by Jack Keenan of Stratford and Joseph Dahl of Burlington, Ontario, trained by Ron Mathewson, Jules Barrio. Elm Grove Penny number 5, owned and trained by Luke Burke of Stratford, Corey McPherson guest drives. The Lady Sheriff wears number 6, owned by Elizabeth Courtney of Maddox Cove, Newfoundland, trained and driven by Mark Campbell. Bump in the Road number 7, now owned by Brett Joel and Lisa Marie LeBlanc, trained and driven by Brett LeBlanc. 2 minutes, just 2 minutes wagering time on race number 11. For race dates, conditions, upcoming events, and more, go to Redshores.ca and click on the Racing tab.
And the new PEI Colt Stakes Graduate Series for 4- and 5-year-old horses and mares will be presented in July and August, with a $9,500 finals being held in September. And the series is sponsored. We showed K's Wholesale a couple of races ago. JD Marine and Diving also sponsoring this race. They're in partnership with the Breed Development Fund of the PEI Standardbred Breeders Association. For conditions, race dates, and more, go to the Horse Bursts information at Redshores.ca. Okay, claim entered. Popular horse here on PEI. That's the 1, Sports Icon, owned by Hardcore Racing of Belfast. Jeff Holmes, the trainer, and David Dallin going to do the driving. A winner last time out, as I mentioned, prior to post braid, 56 flat. Nice win, 29-2. Post 7 prior to that, and rallied from off the pace there to finish 4th, and another nice mile, 55-3. So that has made someone put a claim notice in the box, and so Sports Icon will be moving to a new stable here tonight, and she has the rail here, and all systems go for Dowling. I think they're going to go right down the road here at 3-2. There's the 2, Woodmere Roll Lily. She should get a good trip here following the 1. That's the way I see it setting up anyway. Adam Murner doing the driving for trainer Melissa Rennie. Marcia Knox and Corey Livingston share ownership of this mare, and she was a good third, 56 last time out at the 14:51 level. Similar level here tonight, maybe dropping down 1 class, but similar type mares. And so Woodmere Roll Lily going to be a major threat in here. I like her in the exactor. Currently the favorite, slight choice at 4-5. Okay, for third of my triactor ticket, I like the 4, Pacific Delight, Jack Keenan and Joseph Dahl. They share ownership. Ron Matheson, the trainer, and Gilles Barrio going to do the driving. Last time out at the 14:51 level, had post 4, ended up 6. Race time did 56-2. Closing quarter, 28 flat. Pretty sharp miles in those 3 starts since returning here for the spring-summer meet. So Pacific Delight making her 4th start back. I like her for a third on my ticket. 5-1 currently. Billy Mares rolling up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate for tonight's 11th race. Upstairs for the call to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Sports Icon, Woodmere Roll Lily, Acrotary. Pacific Delight, Elm Grove Penny, the Lady Sheriff, bumping the road. Top of the stretch. Here they come. And away they go. Off and pacing, Woodmere Roll Lily leaving out. Sports Icon along the rail, the Lady Sheriff joining them on the outside third. Tucking into fourth, Pacific Delight. Acroturi goes fifth with Elm Grove Penny sixth. The trailer bumping the road to the backstretch they go, led by Sports Icon and David Dowling. Woodmere Roll Lily caught on the outside. She's moving on now to the lead. Racing from second is Sports Icon. Third at the rail, Pacific Delight. Now fourth. That is the Lady Sheriff. It's give and go time on the front end. Here comes Sports Icon with that claim entered. Back to the lead for Dowling. 29 seconds the quarter. Racing second, that is Woodmere Roll Lily. Third up the rail, Pacific Delight. The Lady Sheriff is tipping out fourth. Acroturi's in fifth. Then racing sixth is Elm Grove Penny. And trailing the field, bumping the road is seventh at the midway point. Sports Icon the leader. Second, Woodmere Roll Lily. The Lady Sheriff picks up third on the outside. 58 and 3.5. Fourth is Pacific Delight. Acroturi fifth. Underway sixth is Elm Grove Penny. On the outside seventh. Bump in the road. They're on the back stretch and they're going to three quarters. Sports Icon at the rail, the leader. The Lady Sheriff on the outside, the challenger. Woodmere Roll Lily in the pocket third. Racing from fourth, Pacific Delight. The three quarters up in 1:27 and 4. Approaching the 7-8. Sports Icon is still there. On the outside, the Lady Sheriff. Third at the rail, Woodmere Roll Lily. Down the stretch they come. Set that camera up. We may need it here. Woodmere Roll Lily up the inside. We'll get there. Pacific Delight second. The Lady Sheriff third. The mile 1:57 flat.
Okay, a little hardball early there with Sports Icon wanting to guard the rail with the claim entered and Dowling. Woodmere Roll Lily is stuck on the outside there for a little bit, and then they played a little give and go with Dowling heading back to the front with Sports Icon. Quarter 29, half 58 and 3. Pretty good fractions for Sports Icon. I thought she'd go all the way off those fractions, but no. The pocket sitter, Woodmere Roll Lily, she's going to get up the inside here and get it done. And a nice trip, 157. And on the far outside, you're going to see the 4 coming into the picture here. That is Barrio on the outside with Pacific Delight. She was gapping cover up the backstretch. It looked like she was not even going to be part of it here. But then she dug in late in the stretch here, and she's going to really close to get the deuce. And a grinded out effort from the Lady Sheriff and Campbell. They're going to get the show in here. So it's a 2-4-6 try unofficially here in the 11th.
Here comes Woodmere Roll Lily to the 11th race winner's circle. By pacing mare 6 by Roll With It Harry off the Modern Art Dam, A Little Easter Magic. Owned by Marcia Knox of Stanhope and Corey Livingston of Village Green. Bred by Bruce Wood of Marshfield. Melissa Rennie has the training double. Adam Murder has the driving double. The mare has her 25th lifetime victory. It's tonight 157. Woodmere Roll Lily in the 11th. Now the official results from the 11th. Sports Icon finished fourth and was claimed by Martin Kipfer from Elwood, Ontario for $9,600. Woodmere Roll Lily the winner. Acrotiri was seventh. Pacific Delight second. Elm Grove Penny sixth. The Lady Sheriff was third. Bump in the Road finished fifth. They went 29, 58 and 3, 127 and 4. And the mile 157. In review 417 2635. Sports Icon claimed by Martin Kemper from Elmwood, Ontario. Woodmere Roll Lily paid $5 to win. The exactor $37.10. Triactor $89. Superfecta $21.41.
Dark Horse was the first legal sports betting app in Canada. It also allows users to stream the races right in the app for immediate action, and users can play for free or bet with real money. So check out the app Dark Horse, available in the App Store. And there's a look at our selections for the feature race here tonight. Race 12, I'm going to go 415 post time picks. A 451 classifier's choice is 541. I'll be back with Vance Cameron to go over our selections for this feature race. 6 minutes to post. Post parade will be coming up in just a moment.
preferred mares for the 12th race featured here on the track for the post parade. Ace 44 Dome, number 1, owned by Donald McRae of Vernon Bridge. Jason Hughes, training and driving. Atlantic Star, number 2, Mike McGuigan, trains and drives for owner Mike Pollard, Stratford. You Bet I'm a Good One wears 3, owned by Jeff Lilly, Blair McLaughlin, Mark Galland, and Knox Pavlatis. Trained by Jeff Lilly and driven by Adam Murner. Share the Moment 4, owned by Arnold Myers, Luke Beck, Scott Bridges, and John McDougall. Trained by Bo Ford, Gilles Barrio. Dream Fair's Empire 5, owned by Ryan and Everett McLeod of Surrey, Mark Campbell, the trainer-driver. Plain Jane 6, owned by Lee and Faith Gavin of Tignish, trained by Mark Campbell, Corey McPherson. 4 minutes wagering time on the featured 12th race. Kurt, you and I come up with our selections here in the Preferred One Mares class. And we thank Results Marketing and Advertising for the presentation of the Vance Cam. And in the 12th, I'm going to the Blue Knight Ewes off of the rail. Only I'm looking for this mare to get maybe a 2-hole ride tonight and come off the cover off of the rail tonight. I like her. She's been real good since coming back. Now with 4 starts under her belt. She paced 54.3 last week on the engine. I like the 4, Share the Moment. As you mentioned earlier, winner the last time out, took a week off. She's back this week in the Preferred One Mares. Going to go to the 5, Dream Fair's Empire for 3rd. And then I'm looking at last week's upset winner, Plain Jane, for the Superfecta players. From the booth, I like 1, 4, 5, 6. Kurt, your choices.
It's tough to pick here, Vance. Any one of these mares can get the job done. I was looking at the card earlier, and only one favorite in this field has won this year, this class. Usually it has been the favorite getting it done. The only time the favorite got it done was Share the Moment in her last victory. And she got it done. Skimming up the cones for Barrio was a ground-saving effort. I'm going to put her on top. I do like Ace 44 Dome. I hope she's covered up here tonight. She had to do it on the front end the last 2 nights, or last 2 races, so I like her for 2nd. And then I'm going to go with Dream Fair Zenfire. She's been gutsy since coming back, and she's been gutsy since coming to the island. But that trip last week was a really game effort from her. First over, finishing 2nd. Just could call her late in the mile. So I like her for 3rd. I'm going to go 4-1-5. Philly Mares Preferred 1 Pacers lining up in behind that Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Is post time for race 12. Upstairs for the call to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Ace 44 Dome, Atlantic Star, You Bet I'm a Good One. Share the Moment, Dream Fair, Zenfire, Plain Jane, top of the stretch. And the only place you're going to find Preferred 1 mares on the East Coast, right here in Charlottetown. Here they are in the 12th, tonight's featured. The rough end pacing Ace 44 Dome is firing out into the turn. Second, Atlantic Star. Third from the outside to Share the Moment. In at the rail, fourth. You Bet I'm a Good One. Racing from fifth is Dream Fair Zenfire. And the early trailer is Plain Jane. Up the backstretch they go. Ace 44 Dome. The lead's going to be short-lived. Here is Share the Moment and Perrio to take over the lead. Second is Ace 44 Dome. Racing from third, Atlantic Star. Fourth up the rail. You Bet I'm a Good One. Then racing fifth. That's Dream Fair Zenfire. Trailing the field. Plain Jane. The opening quarter was boom! Just like that, 27 and 4. Down the stretch they come, led by Share the Moment. Ace 44 Dome is there second. Third at the rail, Atlantic Star. Fourth, You Bet I'm a Good One. Dream Fair Zenfire goes fifth. And Plain Jane, the trailer, sixth. Halfway home in the feature, Share the Moment there in 57 and 1. On her back on the turn is Ace 44 Dome. Racing third, that's Atlantic Star. Dream Fairs and Fires on the move fourth. Moving up fifth on the outside is Plain Jane. And now the trailer, You Bet I'm a Good One. The three quarters next. And Share the Moment, the leader. Here's Dream Fairs and Fire up to challenge. Ace 44 Dome right there in the pocket third. Plain Jane lands on the scene late. Moving into fourth. Three quarters in 1. 25 and 4. They turn for home. Dream Fairs and Fire takes over. Share the Moment. Ace 44 Dome in the passing lane. Plain Jane on the outside. Dream Fair Zenfire wins from Mark Campbell. Her stablemate Plain Jane rallied second. Ace 44 Dome come up the inside late third. The mile 1:54.2.
All right, we're going to get a look at this slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media, and it's a Mark Campbell exactor again here in the preferred this week. They're going to swap. It's going to be Dream Fair Zenfire again with a first over, a gutsy effort from her again this week, except this week she's going to go the distance and get it done. Nice trip from her here tonight, 1:54 and 2. She's going to come first up on Share the Moment, who was a winner at this level in her last start, 54 and 4 for Barrio, skimming the cones, getting up late to win. She's going to want to cut it here tonight. Ace 44 Dome gets that nice two-hole ride, and Dream Fair Zenfire, just as she did last week, a big first over effort from her. But yeah, she's going to hold on for the win. But Plain Jane hot on her heels this week. She's going to get the deuce, and up the inside, Ace 44 Dome gets the show dough. So it's a Mark Campbell trainee exactor again this week. This time Dream Fair Zenfire gets it done in the feature here at Red Shores.
Dreamfair Zenfire, she's the queen. Mark Campbell, he's the king of the Charlottetown Ring, and they're going to the 12th race winner's circle. Dreamfair Zenfire, Bay Pacing Mare, 7 years by Sunfire Blue Chip. Off the Rock and Roll Hanover Dam, Dreamfair Zenyatta, owned by Ryan and Everett McLeod of Surrey, bred by John Lammers from Ingersoll, Ontario. She's trained and driven to victory by Mark Campbell. Mark's second winner for the double. Excellent trip on her. 154 and 2. Dreamfair Zenfire in the preferred one mares at Charlottetown. Now the official results from the 12th, Ace 44 Dome 3rd, Atlantic Star 5th, You Bet I'm a Good One 6th and Had Broken Equipment. Share the Moment 4th, Dreamfair Zenfire the race winner. Plain Jane was 2nd, they went 27 and 4, 57 and 1, 125 and 4, the mile 154 and 2. In review, it's 356, 412, Dreamfair Zenfire 410. Exactor 1280, Triactor 4730, Superfecta 671.
The Prince Edward Island Standardbred Breeders Association proudly presents the Atlantic Dream Stable 2023 competition. This is a fundraiser for the IWK and a great way to support all the work they do in our maritime community. Presented by the PEI Standardbred Breeders Association, it is sponsored by Phillips Agri-Services, your local supplier of quality horse feeds and proud dealers of Brooks Performance Horse Feed and SureGain Horse Feed. Additional runner-up prizes donated by Redshores, and the contestant with the highest aggregate earnings in 2023 wins the first prize of $2,000 cash. Entries close July 22nd, and complete details at atlanticdreamstable.weebly.com.
13th race on the track for the parade. Number 1 is Outrageous Style, owned by Paul Holmes of Warren Grove, trained by Ron Matheson, Gilles Barrio driving. Sugar Bowl, number 2, owned by Tommy Collings and Brian McPhee of Mount Stewart. Jason Hughes trains and drives. You Ain't Dolly 3, owned by Kelsey Curran of Peaks and David Amadio from Port Morion, Nova Scotia, trained by Brendan Curran, Adam Murner. Better Be in Love, number 4, owned by Brendan Mullen, Cole McLaren, and Aaron McCardle, trained by Brendan Mullen, driven by Dale Spence. Lady Like 5, owned by Jennifer Doyle and Danny Bird of Vernon Bridge. Jennifer does the training tonight, Mark Campbell. Maggie's Delight 6, owned by Michelle Myers and Roger McDonald of Cardigan. Michelle is the trainer, driven by Corey McPherson. Tobin's Brownie 7, owned by Brittany Dowling, Sandra Weeks, and Errol Burgoyne of Springvale. The trainer-driver is David Dowling. JM Sports Fan number 8, owned by Angus Burt, Morris McCabe, Wayne McPherson, and Harold Shepard. Harold is the trainer and driven by Stephen Shepard. 4 minutes wagering time on race number 13, featuring the Super High 5. And speaking of Super High 5, here's the champ of the Super High 5. Let's go back to Kurt Hughes with his 13th race selections.
Thank you very much, Vance. Here is a look at my Super High 5 ticket here in the finale. I'm going to go with a 2, 5, 3, 6, 7. I like Sugar Bowl to get it done again this week, but I don't think it's going to be a walk in the park like it has been the last 3 weeks. A lot of speed to the outside. She could be getting pressured early, but we'll see how it shakes out here when they leave the gate. I do like her to get the job done, though. I do like Ladylike and Mark Campbell to get the deuce. She's been racing great at the Filly Mare Preferred 1. She drops down out of that tough class into this class, so she's going to be a major threat. And she gets the services of Mark Campbell. So, again, a major threat in here. I do like the 3, You Ain't Dolly, and Murner for a bit of a price here for third. I think they're just going to get off the wings. The 1 does not show any leaving, and so Sugar Bowl is going to bust off the wings. You Ain't Dolly and Murner are going to follow along right with her, and I think she's going to be sitting up in the top 3 or 4 when they hit the quarter pole. So I like her for third. I do like the 6, Maggie's Delight. She's been great in her last 4 tries, 2 wins and a third out of those 4 starts. Pretty nice efforts in each start. Third last time out, 54-4 with a 28-3 final panel. So I like her for fourth. I'm going to close it out with Tobin's Brownie. I went back and forth between the 1 and the 7. The 7 just got a lot of backlash, so I like her and Dowling to get the 5 spot. So I'm going to go 2, 5, 3, 6, 7. Good luck with your selections. Race 13 starters lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. It is post time. Back up for the call one more time to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Outrageous Style, Sugar Bowl, You Ain't Dolly. Better Be in Love, Lady Like, Maggie's Delight. Tobin's Brownie, JM Sports Fan on the grandstand side. Top of the stretch. Approaching a start. Thursday night. Finale time. The rough and pacing Sugar Bowl, the first one out. Into the turn, second is You Ain't Dolly, dropping in to be third. That's Better Be in Love. Up fourth on the outside is Maggie's Delight. On the cones fifth, that is Outrageous Style. Moving up sixth. From the outside is Tobin's Brownie. Then in seventh, Lady Like, and the trailer, JM Sports Fan. So they settle in with pylon positions arriving at the opening quarter. And that's Sugar Bowl for the Blue Knight U's out in front. Second, You Ain't Dolly, Better Be in Love, third. Fourth up the rail, Maggie's Delight, 28 and 4 the quarter. Racing from fifth and edging to the outside, that's Outrageous Style. Following to the outside, sixth, that is Tobin's Brownie. Lady Like at the rail, seventh, and on the outside, eighth is JM Sports Fan. They're halfway home in the nightcap, led by Sugar Bowl. Two-hole ride, You Ain't Dolly. First up on the outside, Outrageous Style is there, third. Fourth at the rail. Into the turn, Better Be in Love from the outside, fifth. Moving on the outside is Tobin's Brownie. Third over six is JM Sports Fan. Shovel to seventh, that is Maggie's Delight. Lady Like finds herself trailing off a 59-second opening half mile. So the Blue Knight has his own way here with Sugar Bowl, three-quarter pole leading. From the outside, Outrageous Style second. Third at the rail, You Ain't Dolly. Three wide in fourth, Tobin's Brownie. In at the rail, Better Be in Love fifth. Three-quarters in one. 28 and 2, they're homeward bound. Sugar Bowl the leader. Second, that's You Ain't Dolly. Deep in the stretch, she wins again. Give her 4 in a row here. And the Blue Knight triples up. Jason Hughes. Second, that'll be You Ain't Dolly. We'll need a show photo. The mile. 1:55.4. Closing it out. 27-2.
$27-2 on the end of it in her sleep. Wow, she was an easy winner again this week. Sugar Bowl and the Blue Knight go right down the road here. I thought they would cut it here tonight, and I thought You Ain't Dolly would get a great trip here. I didn't know if she'd be in the two-hole or not, but she was, and she got a really good chunk of it here tonight, You Ain't Dolly and Murder. But Sugar Bowl is the talk of the town lately here on PEI, and she gets it done again this week. As the chalk choice, she delivers here for the chalk bettors as she gets it done. 1:55.4, closing quarter 27-2 with You Ain't Dolly. A nice exactor here to close it out in race 13. Sugar Bowl makes it 4 in a row, and the Blue Knight has a triple on the night. Sugar Bowl and Hughes will be back in the Red Shores winner's circle in a moment.
as Kurt mentioned, she is the talk of the town here in Charlottetown. Speaking of Sugar Bowl, now with 4 Charlottetown starts and all of them results to a trip to the winner's circle. Sugar Bowl, pacing Brown Mare 4 by Sweet Lou off the Better's Delight Dam, well read, owned by Tommy Collings and Brian McPhee of Mount Stewart, bred by Brookar Farms of Pennsylvania. The Blue Knight, Jason Hughes, training and driving, and for Jason, that's his 3rd winner of the night for the triple, the mile 155 and 4. Sugar Bowl in the nightcap. Now the official results from the 13th, Outrageous Style 6, Sugar Bowl the winner. You Ain't Dolly was 2nd. Better Be in Love 3rd. Ladylike was 7th. Maggie's Delight finished 5th. Tobin's Brownie 4th. JM Sports Fan was 8th. They went 28 and 4. 59. 128 and 2. And the mile 155 and 4. From the top, your program reads 612 375 48. Sugar Bowl paid $230. Exactor $29.40. Triactor $624.80. Super High Five was out there at $520.84, and the late double $5.30. And that completes our live presentation tonight here at the driving park. The Par Mutual handle $86,554. Ladies and gentlemen, from up top of the Charlottetown Driving Park, thanking you for joining us. This is Vance Cameron bidding you a safe journey home.